We're live.
All right, we'll call this September 5th. I'm standing up already. I haven't even stopped talking. We're going to call the September 5th meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you for that. In addition, what I've come to start doing over the past couple of months, and I'd like to do again, is just take a moment before we get to the regular business of the meeting. We all have stuff going on outside these doors. We all have stuff going inside our hearts and our heads, and I want to make sure that we are focused and attentive to the business at hand tonight rather than bringing in any additional baggage or otherwise, and that we pay respect to those noises and those voices and those issues. So if we can take just a little bit under a minute of some quiet reflection before we get started, just so that we can enter the business of the day focused on what's important. All right, that's enough time for that. We are starting tonight with a public hearing. This is item number 2 on the agenda. This is 2A, proposing to amend to Chapter 27, Part 5 of the Upper Macungie Township Code of Ordinances. Is there a motion to open the meeting?
Make a motion to open the public hearing on the matter of proposed amendments to Chapter 27, Part 5, noise of the UMT Code of Ordinances.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. So we shall open. What I'll start with is this is a public hearing regarding ordinance number 2024-07, proposing to amend Chapter 27 of the Township of Upper Macungie Code of Ordinances at Part 5 by repealing Section 27508 in its entirety, as well as references to that section which appear on sections 27402, 27403, and 27605, as set forth in more detail in the body of the ordinance. The Board of Supervisors tonight will not be taking action during this hearing. However, the board is scheduled to act on it possibly during an agenda item later in this meeting. Solicitor Shantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you just stated, this is a public hearing amending the zoning ordinance on the agenda this evening and throughout the course of the last many months. The township has been working on a standalone noise ordinance, which means it would not be part of the zoning ordinance. It's going to be in a section in of itself. So that being said, the township needs to amend its zoning ordinance in part by removing the provisions related to noise that are currently in the zoning ordinance. And going through those provisions, there were also other references to the noise ordinance provisions throughout the zoning ordinance. So we captured removing those or amending those as well. So quite simply, this is nearly comes to a matter of just housekeeping, that we have to remove this from the zoning ordinance so there's not multiple provisions. Notice of this hearing was published in accordance with the Pennsylvania statutes. It was published August 21st and August 28th editions of the Parkland Press. The Planning Commission has gave a favorable recommendation to the adoption of this ordinance. The ordinance was also mailed out to the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission for 30-day review period. They have not provided a response to it. So that being said, I believe it's appropriate for this hearing to be conducted. One last item, this ordinance has been on display at the township for the appropriate time frame. So with that, I don't know if anyone has any questions or wants to go over these provisions in greater detail. For the public's information purposes, this is a hearing strictly limited to the zoning ordinance. There will be opportunity to comment on the standalone noise ordinance later on in the meeting when that comes up for action.
Thank you. Anybody up here, Sonny or Jim, have questions or concerns?
No, I guess the only question I had was, with this change, are the existing businesses grandfathered anymore, or with it being a standalone ordinance, how would that impact?
There's no non-conforming use in the standalone ordinance, so they would not be
You know,
grandfathered. They'd need to comply with the provisions of the standalone ordinance.
Okay, that's the only real question I had.
And to follow up, from a legal perspective, then, are we limiting the ability of the zoning or the zoning board or the planning commission to make any recommendations or any conditions on noise as part of any approval, or is it now that they just have to comply with the statute?
This has been discussed with township staff and consultants, and they can chime in if they want, but my recollection is that any use that's permitted by right, we wouldn't be able to attach conditions on that use by right. If there are uses that are coming in with that require conditional use and or special exception, this everyone felt, when I say everyone, staff and consultants felt that by requiring a noise study before the use is even known or what noise it's going to generate was onerous for the applicant, and also didn't seem to make much sense. What would be proposed is to have those conditions put on any approvals that would require, much like we do with the truck traffic, to have a study. If there is a problem, have a truck study sound study conducted, 6 months after occupancy of that property. And if there would be an issue, they would have to take steps to mitigate it.
But by removing the noise ordinance from the zoning portion, it wouldn't be the zoning hearing board making those determinations. That noise study or that follow-up would have to be before code enforcement and presumably before us.
It would be correct, yes.
So, Andrew, is this a legal interpretation, or is it just something that the staff and planning commission is saying?
For
What you just said about being able to apply a condition, let's say we've had in the last couple of, I think this year, a couple of conditions to put in noise walls, or I think with the one that was up on the Route 100, they put in windows. Are you saying, I mean, and that, so I'm those kind of conditions, you're saying that, is that, are you saying you can't do that? Are you saying, is that a legal interpretation, or is it just a zoning, the planning commission and staff are saying that?
the applicant that you're referring to agreed to do that in cooperation with
And that was just an
that
example.
property owner.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't believe that the township could impose conditions to require them to put windows in an entire residential neighborhood or something. They would need to mitigate the noise emanating from their site.
okay, so even sound walls, you're saying that the township can't ask for that?
I mean, the township can ask for them, but the science behind them is we need to have, if there's a project coming in that after it's built generates a lot of noise where it's in violation of the ordinance, they would need to mitigate that. I'm not certain if sound walls is going to be a proven method to mitigate that noise.
Again, it's just an example. Yeah.
There's so many variables that can be.
So you're saying that from a legal perspective, you're saying that you can't require any conditions to mitigate noise if we take this out of zoning. That's what I'm hearing you say.
But if I can, Sonny, if we take it out of, we still have standards, right? And they're enforceable, but they're not, if we take it out of zoning, the zoning hearing board is no longer responsible for enforcing the standards. It's now code enforcement, and then However, the standalone ordinance deals with an appeal process or whatever that might be. That's the enforcement mechanism. My question was to make sure that we understand that we're removing the zoning hearing board from the responsibility of controlling these things. If we set a number, if it's 65, if a future industry installation is over 65, that has a whole new process, out of zoning now. Code enforcement goes and measures. If it's in violation, there's a process. They come to us, we deal with it. The only thing that the zoning hearing board could do, or the planning commission does, you have to comply with all the ordinances of the township of Macungie, period, end of
Yeah.
story.
Right. No, I get that. And I mean, it sounds to me like you can't take any proactive measures. You have to wait for the applicant to be in violation and then you do something. That's what what I'm hearing?
I think that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the way the noise ordinance is structured, is if we pull it out of zoning, you measure it, and if it's in violation, great. Because if we require a noise study before something is built, we're measuring nothing. What Andrew is saying is maybe we can talk to businesses, or we just go measure noise 6 months after the CO is done, as sort of a new process for our code enforcement staff. And if it violates, it violates, but it's not going to be in the zoning ordinance anymore. It's going to be a whole different process.
Mhm.
And if it's a whole different process, it's X, Y. It's a pretty clean number, and that's it.
And one other thing to think about with that is if you use the Air Products applicant, their truck trips are limited. And after each occupancy of the site, they're required to, through the zoning decision, to measure the number of truck trips that occur on average throughout a 7-day work period, whatever that is. If they're in violation of that, they need to cure that or they're in violation of the zoning decision. And so it could be a similar type occurrence with the noise ordinance.
But in that example, that was a condition that the zoning hearing board put, right? And and now you're saying you can't put that
I didn't
condition
know.
in, so I'm getting
I didn't
confused.
say you couldn't put that condition on. I said I don't think you could put a condition to require sound walls when we don't know
Okay.
what those noise levels are going to be.
But-
They have to mitigate it.
All right. So let's say and then I'm just trying to understand. So let's say you have an industrial use, as that example, that's in an area that residents or whoever or businesses are concerned about. We can't require any mitigation unless, of course, they offer it. But we can put a condition that once they're in full operation, that they may have to pay for measuring it to make sure that they're in compliance. As similar to what we did with Air Products or other developments. You're saying that's acceptable.
If the applicant would agree to that as a reasonable condition and it's not appealed and found to be
Okay.
unreasonable, we could do. I'm of the opinion that you can do that if they're in violation of the noise ordinance or in violation of any of the township ordinances.
But in this case, it's a little bit more proactive. You're checking to make sure they're not in violation. It's not like the truck trips. You wouldn't know until you measured it, and noise you wouldn't really know until you measured it.
Correct.
So you'd have to.
And it would be measured under the provisions of the noise ordinance, which allows for, the backing out of
Right.
ambient
Well,
noise, but
okay.
we'll get to that.
We'll get to that later. I don't want to jump ahead, but okay. I'm just asking to understand, and I want to make sure we get it. What we're signing up for.
It's I don't think that's as far as the zoning ordinance, that's how it would apply during zoning decisions.
Now, there are several sections of this ordinance which amends the zoning ordinance, which referred to the noise section of the zoning ordinance. Now it's referring out to the new chapter 10
Correct.
proposed ordinance. So there is still provisions within zoning that they must comply with potentially the new noise ordinance.
Correct.
So that would still be enforceable
Right.
through zoning.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna hold till we get to the tougher.
Discretion being the better part of valor. Anything else, Sonny, on this?
No, I I think I got all my questions answered.
Okay, is there anybody from the public here tonight who wants to ask a question regarding the repealer statute? Just the repealer statute, not the standalone ordinance. Come on up. Making sure that we're leading off with identifying yourself for us, please.
My name's Gregory Doyle. I live at Trails End in Vogelsville. Yes, I'm just here to say, is there an impetus or what's the reason that you want to make this change? Is it somebody wants to do something, an industrial something or whatever? And with the current situation, I presume we're talking about decibels of noise and such like that. In any proposed changes, would you be changing that decibel amount or making it bigger, smaller, or whatever?
Okay, I can answer that. I'm going to answer it backwards. So in your second question, there's a standalone ordinance that measures, that has all those things that's on the agenda tonight that we're not talking about now. The ordinance that's up for conversation right now, the current state of our ordinances is that noise is controlled in a zoning section, which means the zoning hearing board is the authority on which noise is controlled, which means our zoning officers are the ones measuring noise, and our zoning hearing board is the appellate body for it. It was recommended to us as we look through our entire zoning ordinance and Saldo as a refresh to remove noise and make it standalone such that it's no longer part of the zoning requirements. It's still a requirement in this, it's just like a speeding limit, right? But it's now governed by a different section. And in doing that, we took an opportunity to evaluate if we wanted to change certain sections of the noise ordinance. But there's going to be noise control. It's just going to be in a different section of the ordinance. That's all.
And I heard you say something about it would then be code enforcement versus zoning.
Yep.
Does either of those bodies have more clout than the other?
It's a different process. So if the zoning officer issues a violation, your appellate right is to the zoning hearing board. And if you disagree with that, your appellate right is then to the court system. The code enforcement officer issues it, and it's in the standalone ordinance. So I don't want to avoid it a little bit, but we have a process for appeal that's separate. But in either case, it's still a township notice of violation. It's just a matter of how many steps you have to get to be enforced upon.
Thank you.
But there's still measures. Yep. Anyone else with a question about the repealing statute? And that's it. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Hi.
Julianne O'Brien on Orfield, Wynwood Road in Orfield. My question is just a quick one. Is the township ready to handle questions that, you have the zoning board and you have the code violations people? Are both of those set to take care of any, say there's several things they have to look into? Do you have enough people on the coding that can go out and code enforcement
Bob, you want to pull
to
that?
handle anything new?
We have the same as we always have, one full-time person. It's currently through Keystone Consulting Engineers. We're going to permanently install a township employee later this month.
And
It depends on the volume. I mean, so far, last couple months, we had 0 complaints.
I'll let you know,
Sometimes we have 5.
Julianne, since 11 noise complaints come through the township. That's in 3 years, 11. Some email, some called. Over that same time period, there were roughly 300 calls to the police, but most of those dealt with the music to my next door neighbor is too loud. So we do have the staff in place to cover what is anticipated. If it grows and gets out of hand, we'll figure that out as we get there.
However, part of your question that was not totally answered is if a new ordinance is adopted tonight along the lines that it looks like it may be, we will definitely have to have individuals trained in order to perform the testing properly. So there will be a training component that's coupled to this process. So
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. Any other questions about the repealer ordinance? Seeing none, any other comments from up here based on those questions? Really even going to give you a chance to do it. We're going to call the question, and I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing on the proposed amendments to Chapter 27, Part 5 of the UMT Code of Ordinances. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's been a motion and seconded. All those in favor of closing the public hearing portion, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? And we have moved on. That public hearing is now closed. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Andrew. Item 3 of the agenda is additions and deletions to the agenda. I believe there are a few.
Yes, there are, Mr. Chairman. Under resolution letter E regarding 1001 Glenlivet Drive, we are removing that from the agenda. It is not needed as they have provided all the items needed for recording. Because of that, the following resolution is going to be renumbered to 2024-40. Also delete motions H and I regarding the PSP fire cleanup. Those items have been resolved and no need for those motions. That is all.
Thank you. So we've got to,
So did you do E?
yes.
Yeah, I missed that, sorry.
All right. So we're on to our number. I can't get it today. We're on to item 4, minutes and financials. I'd make a motion to dispense with the reading of the meeting minutes from the general business meeting held on August 1st, 2024, and approve as submitted and authorize the payment of the bills for August 2024 in the amount of $2,502,677.88. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any conversation in that regard? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes and to pay the bills, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Thank you. We're on to item 5, which is presentations. Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last month, the board moved ahead with awarding some bids for the community center, and prior to that, Jamie from PFM was here to discuss some of the financing options. You know, understanding the board isn't ready at this time to take on any bond or any debt, but Jamie did do some cash flow analysis of what the project may look like coming over the next month. Just kind of maybe want to update you on that, and also making some consideration on if you want to take a bond, that staff will need a few months to prepare for it. So I'll let Jamie give you an update on the cash flow for next year.
Sounds great. Well, that's working. Thank you again for having me. We actually have done a fair amount of work since we last met to progress
Yeah,
the ball forward.
I don't think that's running.
Oh,
It's on.
Is it on?
We've spent some time working with the administration and working with some outside consultants to assist with some of the cash flow analysis. One of the concepts was to kind of think big picture about some of the potential cash flow needs coming down the line. We've put some estimates together, prepared that, and discussed it with the administration to give some concepts of what things could look like. This particular presentation does not discuss those. We're focusing on the community center. But the idea was to make sure we were looking big picture, which we were, to get an idea of where things stood. We felt comfortable with how the analysis looked and how the potential could be in the future should you make some decisions on other things. That said, in addition, we spent some additional time getting some updates on the cash flows tied to the community center itself. Given that the awards were given, we now have a draw schedule estimate that was provided by one of your consultants, which I'll describe, which we built into the model which you've seen previously to give you an idea of how much funds are necessary to progress with the project under the current circumstances with the funds set aside for capital needs. So I'm going to touch on that conversation, that analysis, to discuss where we'll head next. And then we can talk a little bit about some of the other things that are associated with any transaction, and happy to answer any questions on that. So I'm going to ask you to turn to page 5. So this is a similar looking structure when you look at the draw schedule. The concept behind this is taking into account the budgeted number that was put into your 2024 budget with the $15 million number. We made assumptions for certain interest earnings over the course of time. And most importantly, when you look at column 4, this is the draw schedule that was provided to us by Alvin Butts Incorporated, which I believe is working with you on this transaction. That provides us a better understanding of how quickly you'll be spending money associated with this building. So from there, we utilize that to get an idea of when you may need additional funds to potentially cover the cost of the project itself. What that provided us with some additional details. If you look at the column 11, column 12, and ultimately column 13, that's really the driving force for this. You have some interest earnings that are your own funds that are going to help assist with it. There are external funds that are coming from some outside grants. We hope to anticipate some future grants, but we certainly could not include that currently, and they may come at a different time. And secondarily, we wanted to assume the $15 million, which is on column 3. By looking at column 4, which shows the approximately $2 million a year of run on the cash flow, we will need funds by the end of March to have enough to continue with the process of the building, outside of you using internal funds to cover the balance. So that does give us really the roadmap with kind of real life analysis for what is necessary to kind of cover the project. This includes an optional potential transaction that could occur in 25 or 26. But for right now, we're making the assumption of a need of about $20 million, making the understanding that you have a $15 million budgeted amount and the current assumption of about $5 million of external funds via grants and approximately $600,000 of interest earnings associated with the borrowing and or the internal funds. I do believe these are conservative. I will always say that. We know and have heard that we believe the Fed is going to drop interest rates in the near future. That will more than likely impact the interest earnings that you would generate. Currently, the township earns about 5.25% on its internal money. We've been making the assumption of using 3%. I think that's still fair given the assumption that there's a couple of rate cuts coming. The bond market itself has been relatively stable. I just sold some bonds today for Bucks County Community College, which was guaranteed by the County of Bucks as a AAA. That was a 10-year issuance because it was a refinancing. The interest rate on that bond issue was 2.79%. I did a bond issue for the borough of Manheim, which is a small borough in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, a AA- credit rating 2 days ago. That was a 20-year issuance, a little back-end loaded as a transaction, a little farther out maturity. That had a 4% interest rate. So it's important to point out that what drives the interest rates on the bond market, of course, is creditworthiness, term, and just investors' interest. I've said this from the beginning. I believe that the township, should you move forward with any public transaction, will be very highly rated. We hope to be AAA. We would go through that process, of course, to determine which way makes sense. So I think that gives you some guidelines on kind of the interest rate market right now. Because of the expectation of the Fed moving, most of the changes in the interest rates really have happened on the bond side. If there is an unanticipated change on the interest rate environment, maybe we'll see some movement one way or the other. If there's some changes in policy due to the election, maybe that may change the market and spook people a little bit one way or the other. But really what drives most of this is really supply and demand. And I believe the demand will be high for something of this capacity. So I'm talking specifically about bonds, but I want to mostly discuss about cash flow. And the cash flow is really what drives the decision point if I'm sitting in your shoes. So I'll stop for a second. You can see a nice highlight in the middle in yellow of the presentation that says optional financing. I want to stress that we are showing this as an assumption because we are making the assumption that there's only so much grants coming in. If we receive that outside funding higher than we expect, you may not need that second transaction. And if it comes in higher than you expect, we can use those funds to reduce principal balances on the debt that we potentially would borrow or after the fact. So that is, I think, an important point here, but we want to be conservative in our assumptions. I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Jamie, I promise I won't ask as many questions as I did last time.
No, take your time.
Just a couple of questions, actually. When do we, in this process, when do we know what our rating is going to be?
That would be if you said go tonight. I know we're not going to say go tonight. If you said go tonight, we would be continuing to prepare the offering statement, which is the document that the investors and the rating agencies would look at. We'd include the financial information and other things. I believe we could have that document prepared in, I know it's budget time, so I'm going to throw it at the finance committee in a week. No, in a few weeks, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, to get something at least together to get the process started. It's about 2 or 3 weeks after they receive the information before we get in front of the rating agency. So
Do we have to say go and approve before we find out what our rating is, or is that?
yeah, what the reason why is it's
Yeah.
going to cost you money if you go through a rating process. So
Okay.
I'm trying to avoid you spending any money on people like me. So that would be the reason why.
say about yourself.
Okay, but we could do it, if we're not sure what we could do it ahead, get our rating.
You can
and
do
then-
it.
And then make the
Mhm.
decision to go.
Exactly right.
We have that option.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say I wouldn't waste your money. My 2
Okay.
cents is
Yeah.
because we've done the analysis already using our quality. We have a calculation that
You have your
uses
own
the credit
models.
rating agencies.
Okay.
So we know where you're going to be.
You're feeling good about it. And so this, the interest column in 11, that's based on the 15 million that sits in interest at 3%. It's not any additional money. It's just that.
That's just that.
Okay. And then I didn't understand the yellow, when you're saying the additional, what is it, another 10 million? What is
Yeah,
it?
I mean, if you turn to that next page,
Okay, so this is in a different page.
yeah,
You see
this
the
is
number.
just
Okay.
this is where the money comes into. The bond side or the financing side's on the next page, but that's the proceeds that we need to cover the cost of the project under these assumptions.
So what you're saying, the minimum 8.2 with a bond of 10, that's what you would need
On the second transaction.
on the second. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
I think
Okay,
you need 20 million for the first one.
I'm done. See, I told you I wouldn't ask as many questions.
One of the other options is not the second bond, but cash reserves
Mhm.
in-house.
Or we get some more grants
Or we get more.
Correct.
Which is
Yeah,
what we
it's
hope we get.
Like anything else, it's about when the money comes in and the affordability. So one of the things that we've talked about in previous conversations was the concept of having a reimbursement resolution put together, which we've had a conversation with a particular law firm that would assist with that process. That document is a couple of page document that allows you as a municipality to pay for costs tied to the project and then eventually allow you to reimburse yourselves with the proceeds of a tax exempt issuance after the fact. So, if we,
What's the look back on that?
60 days.
it goes 60 days from the day you say yes.
So
And
this-
it goes about 18 months
That
thereafter.
was the part. So if we
Look
said-
back 60.
if we did the reimbursement resolution, saying we've done work at the site over the past year,
Mhm.
that's about $1 million. What you're saying is from a tax exempt issuance, we might be able to use some of that money to repay ourselves,
Correct.
which in turn, then we can invest at a higher rate of interest and not have to worry about the arbitrage rules, or use it to then repay back the loan itself.
Yeah, you have 60 days from the time you did it. There are certain exceptions. I'm putting my lawyer hat on
60 days from the time of the
from the
res-
time you did it. So if
From the
we did it
ordinance.
tonight,
from
60
wait,
days
when you say
before.
doing it, you're talking about issuing the reimbursement resolution, not about the work itself.
not about the work itself.
Right,
The
so-
work's happened. If the
so-
work's happened, you spent money.
Yep.
There's certain outside opportunities, even if you don't have the reimbursement resolution, to get your money back for design and other things. But to really cover yourself, you want to have that reimbursement resolution in hand,
Right.
just so you're ready.
So when I ask look back, the look back is we can look back 18 months to 18
can-
months ago from work.
You can look back 60 days. It only lasts for 18 months. So if today was the day you assigned the reimbursement resolution, you can look back 60 days from the money you spent to get for reimbursement as a tax exempt issue.
Okay.
Outside of special items like design and other engineering costs, those are exempt from that concept.
So
you
the
can go
design
back.
and engineering costs that we spent already, if we did a reimbursement resolution, we'd be able to get
You
those
still be
paid
okay,
back.
according to my legal opinion.
And taking that you're not a lawyer and you didn't actually issue a legal opinion, which
That
is
is
a
correct,
violation of
but I-
state law, I'm
yeah.
going to say that's okay.
That's correct. But
I'm-
your
I'm
bond counsel will give you that official opinion, but that's traditionally what can happen.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow, and this was the one question I was going to ask, but I was going to wait. So the reimbursement resolution does what? It just allows you to pay yourself.
Yeah.
Could you explain that mechanism again?
The concept is if you're not ready to issue general obligation bonds as a tax exempt issue,
Yeah.
but you have to get the work done
Okay.
and you have cash,
Okay.
you can use your cash while you're getting things together. And when you're ready to issue debt, as long as you have that reimbursement resolution in hand,
Mhm.
you can go back and
Oh, I
pick
got you.
that money from the proceeds of the debt and reimburse your funds.
Okay, so
You're not
that covers-
required to, but you
Okay.
can.
So in other words, Sonny, I'll make it simpler,
Yeah.
I think. So if we pay Semel $1 million for site work in October 1st, and you, the board, pass the reimbursement resolution, I'm not going to count it exactly, but say January 2nd, any expenses we incurred towards construction of the building can be paid through the bond that will be issued.
Okay. So does that cover the requirement of having to use the money that you get? So by doing that, you're taking the money that you have in reserves.
It
paying-
all falls under the same kind of federal tax law.
I got it.
That's what
Okay.
that's what it is.
Well, that was my, I had that question was coming, so you answered
Yeah,
that.
it's
Appreciate it.
it gives you flexibility.
Okay.
So on Jamie, on the model you gave us, it's a $20 million issuance, but if memory serves from our last conversation, there's a magic number about a $10 million issuance and the essentially the refi period being 5 years to 7 years.
Correct. Yep.
Is there any downside to doing it as a $20 million issuance in year one, as opposed to realistically downside for doing two separate issues of 10 over 25 and 26?
The only advantage you have, only disadvantage you have
Fees.
is you pay a potentially a little higher interest rate, and the longer call provision on your bonds, meaning that you have a 10-year call provision ish on a $20 million issue. You have a shorter one with a $10 million issue.
How much would we save in the front end fees of two pulls?
If you do two transactions, the additional fees you would pay are tied to really the soft costs, which are traditionally legal, rating, financial advisor, official statement. The size of the transaction, so if you're doing 20 million over two, the biggest cost you pay is underwriters' costs, the bond traders. They are tied to
big-
the size of the transaction, so there's no difference. It's just
Okay.
really some of the incremental costs like me
The
that you pay
upfront
twice.
cost.
You pay rating twice, as an example.
How much do you think that is? If you
A
could put
rating?
a dollar number on it,
Yeah, that.
Just the rating or just in general?
just everything that you
Yeah,
said. Just, if you did it twice, what would be and I'm not going to hold you to it,
I
but
know.
just a ballpark.
125,000 per transaction.
Okay.
So that's something for sure.
It's not,
Yeah,
yeah, it's not
it's not-
insignificant. But
Yeah, we say, that's a fair number. Sometimes it's a
Plus
little
the
cheaper. Sometimes it's a little
interest we're gonna make.
Yeah, I mean, we have not talked about any of that. And
Yeah,
that's
plus
that's
the
really the
interest you're
second
gonna
part.
make,
You have to think about the bigger picture here. Is
That's
And just
I-
to be
that'll be
just to be
significant
clear, and we
too.
can run that through bond counsel as well. But if we do a $20 million pull, but the community center doesn't require all 20, so long as we've done the bond issuance related to general capital improvements in the township, but not a specific project, we can then use that money towards
yes,
whatever happens to be next.
as long as it's not operational. We're talking
Any
about
capital.
needs. Yes.
okay.
More than likely, what we do with issuers like you have it say specific purpose of the project, community center, and other capital needs identified by the supervisors, and that is usually good enough.
And do we have to keep the funds segregated, or they go in the general capital in our general capital reserve?
I would separate them into a bond fund within your coffers, so you know how much you're earning within the bonds itself.
What's
So,
more?
yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions. I'm good.
I will only point, I think we talked about it. If you want to go to look at 6, I know we touched on it, so we can retouch on it. So this is, again, the assumption of if you borrowed money this year, column 1 is I'm not next year, I'm just sure, 2025 at $20 million, give or take. We would structure the debt to give some leeway or, into your main debt service payment to give you some flexibility to do what you need to do. So your initial payment would be about $500,000 in 2025, making the assumption that April is the settlement date. And your payment would be about $975,000 in 2026. And when the full amount of payment would be about $1.4 million. So that gives you, time while you're getting the community center together, potentially, making some revenues from that, and, give you your some time for your budget as necessary.
So on top of like whatever cost we have to maintain the center, which I think was 1.4, there's another 1.4 to service the debt,
Correct.
right? So it's 2.8. Okay.
Yep.
Oof, all right.
And I would say worst case scenario, right? Because in real life, again, more than likely, I will be here probably 5 times, hopefully over the next 25 years, refinancing this debt or paying it down, because that's what happens.
I mean, you were saying 3% for the interest. That doesn't seem too conservative. I mean,
I'm
what
just telling you
hearing-
what we sold today.
Yeah, that sounds about right, given that there's a
Yeah.
potential for 200.
I think that's fair. I
Yeah.
mean, if we looked back a decade ago, it was, 0.02%. But I think, right now, I'm not anticipating we're going to see short-term rates going down to those levels anytime soon.
Is there like there's interest rates going down? Is there a soft spot you think that we don't want to go too hot, too quick, too late? I mean, I don't know. I mean, just
I think, where the market is anticipating some potential volatility, of course, is around the election. So I don't think we're talking about issuing any debt around the election anyway. So I believe that the end of the year, the last time you can issue debt in 24 would essentially be December 15th, because all the bond traders leave for the year and investors aren't interested anymore. And then starting in January, things ramp up again because there's bond calls and other things that happen. People need to put their money other places. So traditionally, January is a good time to sell bonds. But again, my 2 cents is you work around the needs of the township. So, I think between January and April sounds about right for me. And it will take some time, as you know, to kind of get ourselves ready to go.
Okay. Jim? Something?
I'm good.
no, I don't think it was good presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Except for the legal opinion, which you shouldn't do. As
My dad's a
matter of
lawyer. Is that good enough?
No,
I know.
it's not. And my dad's a lawyer too, but that doesn't qualify me anymore. Any questions of Jamie from the gathered public regarding a potential possibility, Bruce?
May I ask a question?
No.
Jamie, so just to go back, you said that if we do $20 million, obviously it's not a GO. I mean, it's a GO, but it's not bank qualified.
Correct.
And that's what, about 15 basis points to the good if you do a bank qualified? And those costs are then, or those savings based on that interest rate would be eaten by the additional soft costs on an additional issue?
Yeah, traditionally, going through bank qualified transactions over history has made sense, even despite the additional cost of issuance tied to transactions. There is currently less value in bank qualification today than there has been historically, and that is just the market. It will change, but that is the current market right now. But to your point, traditionally 15 to 20 basis points. That's 0.15 to 0.2% difference in interest rate from bank qualified to non-bank qualified.
One other, just a point, when you were showing whatever page it was, 5 or something, showing us the interest earned. That's just based on your issue there, but we're also had $15 or $20 million of our money invested at maybe 4.5% for those 7 or 8 months that this draw is going to take to, reduce the bond proceeds.
Yes,
So that's like $300-some thousand.
agreed. There are other funds available should the board choose to offset things, and I agree with you. Use your money as best you can. But I'm trying to tie this conversation to what was built into the budget at this point in time. But yes,
I just
And
wanted
keep
to
it
point that out.
conservative, Bruce, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but I think it's appropriate to do it this way, just because it is tied to the bond activity. You'd have that interest anyway, and you could use it for something else. It's not-
other operational.
Yeah, there'd be other operations, so I don't think you should.
Did you say,
mingle the two.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear everything you were saying earlier, but did you do it Manheim Township? Is that what you did?
Manheim Borough. I
Manheim
am
Borough.
the financial advisor of Manheim Township too. But
Was there any townships you did
this
recently?
week,
Yeah.
We did Cannon Mac. We did about 5.
If you could just check, and could you send me the results?
I don't know if there was any other townships this week.
It wouldn't be on Emma yet, right? They wouldn't have it on Emma yet.
They're processing right now on Emma. But yeah,
Okay.
there's a couple schools, community college, which is county guaranteed.
Just like to see what the
There's
rates
a
were.
couple schools. I don't think it was a township though.
What was the rate for the arbitrage calculation on those, you know?
For
Manheim Borough?
Manheim was 4.05% on a
Ah,
20-year amortization that was mostly back-end loaded because they purchased a building for their EMS. And Bucks County Community College was a refinancing of a previous bond issue that had a maturity in 10 years and backed by the county.
Right.
And that was at 2.79
okay.
today.
Thank you.
Any other hyper-technical questions that most
Sorry.
of us won't understand?
Tell me my kid's middle name. I don't know him, but I know numbers on this, unfortunately.
But your dad's a lawyer, so
Yeah.
you're all set. Seeing none, Jamie, thank you for coming back. We appreciate it. We'll see you
Welcome.
soon.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 6, which is discussions and updates. It does not appear we have anything listed there, so we're just going to keep rolling along. Ordinances, item 7, ordinance 2024-07, amending chapter 27, part 5 by repealing section 17-508, noise. Andrew, is there value and can we just call both ordinances for consideration so that we can maybe manipulate conversation into one instead of separating it out into two?
Like, you mean as far as the order? Or-
Yeah, order, just for order consideration. I know we have to do separate votes,
Mm.
but for consideration of
Well-
efficiency of time.
I'm sitting here thinking the same thing because do you want to possibly pass the noise ordinance, which, pass the amendment to the zoning ordinance, and then you get to the noise ordinance, and that doesn't pass or is tabled or what have you, then you're left without noise provisions in your ordinances.
I'm not going to break any rules if I open up conversation for both and we do two motions without closing either out, am I?
No.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll entertain two motions on the two ordinances to open up conversation so that any conversation we have is related to the entire package, since they sort of have to be considered together. And since everyone here already heard and had an opportunity to comment on the public hearing portion for one, I want to open up for other. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to make two motions. I'm going to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2024-07 and a motion to adopt ordinance number 2024-08, amending Chapter 10 of the Township of Upper Macungie Code of Ordinances to add new Part 2 regarding noise regulations. Are there 2 seconds for those?
I'll second both.
Thank you, Jim. All right, so we're open to both. Andrew, how do you want to proceed as you're listed as the responsible party for both of these?
I suppose we just had the public hearing for the revisions and amendment to the zoning ordinance.
shouldn't be
I don't
too much
really
on
need
the
to go
repeal.
through that. There's also been a public hearing with respect to the standalone ordinance that there is a number of individuals and experts and consultants testifying. And from that public hearing, there's been a number of drafts circulating internally. There's been work with myself, Bob, I think Mike had, or police department had some input, and township staff and planners have had input on that. So I think that it's ready to go. If you want me to go over the specific provisions, we can read through that. I would caution that if there are going to be any changes to the provisions of the noise ordinance, that would need to come through a motion, a second, and a favorable vote.
Can I ask-
Which if we did a motion to amend the ordinance itself, we theoretically would have to re-advertise the ordinance.
If it was, yes, if it was a change that changed the intent or the scope of the ordinance, I would recommend that it gets re-advertised.
Are we talking about 07 or 08, just to clarify?
Either.
Either one or.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, you said there was a hearing for 2024-08. I thought it was just a workshop.
It was a workshop.
Okay, just want to clarify, I don't think it was a hearing.
It was a publicly advertised workshop.
Okay, just clarify, okay.
All right. Rather than have you read through,
Okay.
'cause that seems like it's going to take more than a minute. And I know Doug Grenard wants to get to tip off or kick off at 8:20. Good luck. What I would suggest that we do is just confirm ordinance 2024-08, the standalone, that's been advertised and posted on the township website, yes?
That's correct, yes.
And are there hard copies available here, or am I just imagining that they might be?
They're not.
Okay. What I'd like to do then is, rather than read, with your all's permission, Jim and Sonny, let's just move to comment on these, and we'll see if we can't start, because I have a feeling there's going to be more than one comment on these issues, and I'd rather get started rather than delay. So, Jim, you had discretion from the last time, so I'm gonna let you take the first one this time.
Well, I'm conflicted with a little bit with what we're doing, in that I'm not sure we had a serious issue in the first place. I am also a little bit shocked tonight to hear that there's no grandfathering, because that's what I heard. Correct, Andrew?
That's correct.
And I don't know. I'm not sure how fair that is, to have that change overnight. So that worries me a little bit on those two fronts. In terms of what we're doing with the changes, all I hope is that we don't cause our code enforcement and police officers to get involved in disputes amongst neighbors, and that's an honest concern that I have with respect to what we're doing with the noise ordinance. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and listen to the rest of this discussion tonight, and reserve the right to chime in later.
So reserved. I don't think you had to
And-
say it out loud to
No,
reserve it, but
I just,
microphone
Jim,
still works.
one point to bring out with the grandfathering. As the chairman mentioned, and briefly, there's been 11 noise complaints since 2021. My recollection and understanding is there's no businesses that are currently in violation with the noise ordinance from a zoning standpoint.
well, honestly, I think there's going to be one business completely attacked if this goes through. And I'll use those words, that, we'll see what happens here, but
Okay. Sonny?
that's,
Yeah, so you want to make sure that you're done?
yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. So, I personally, I do feel that 11 is underreported, but I want to talk more about the ordinance right now. Okay, so, what my biggest concern right now is the portion of the ordinance where the measurement of noise is at the receiving lot line. I think there's going to be a lot of applicability issues there. Measuring noise at the receiving lot line poses significant challenges. This method is effective only when properties are adjacent. Many complaints the township has received involve noise when the receiving lot line is up to a mile away from the source. And I know there's residents here that can attest to that, or we want to speak to that later. I know because I've talked to some of them. For instance, a noise level of 93 dB at the source can drop to 60 dB at the receiving lot line, even just a half a mile away. This shift effectively raises the permissible noise level limit by over 30 dB. I'm also concerned about measurement variability, and increasing the distance between the noise source and the measurement point introduces variability due to factors such as wind, barometric pressure, and ambient noise. Accurately accounting for ambient noise becomes impractical at greater distances. Therefore, noise measurements should be taken as close as legally permissible to the source, ideally at the originating lot line, which is what we have right now in the current ordinance. I think it also poses challenges to the industrial partners if there, there's greater variability, which will make it harder for our community conscious industry partners to manage noise proactively. I was also more concerned about some of the verbiage regarding equipment calibration. The reference to hourly calibration of equipment lacks clarity. It is unclear what specific calibration is required and whether it can be performed easily in the field. Typically, yearly calibration, my understanding, is conducted by a third party against a NIST, which stands for National Institute of Standards and Technology standard. The ordinance should provide clear guidelines on these calibration requirements. I also had a question about the section regarding impulse noise limits. The proposed 80 dB limit on all impulse noises is overly broad. While the intent is to accommodate occasional high noise activities such as fireworks and gunfire, many industrial activities such as punching, riveting, hammering, stamping, chiseling, and welding should not fall under this relaxed limit. Tools that are in frequent or continuous use should also adhere to the stricter noise limit. The ordinance should clearly define which impulses warrant a higher limit and should be reserved for infrequent and difficult to control sources. With regard to specific requirements for Section 2.5, which is titled Specific Acts for Constituting a Noise Disturbance, I believe that we should also have an inclusion for dry bulk trucks. Noises related to the operation of dry bulk trucks should be explicitly included in this section. The current wording is ambiguous, as these trucks often cause nuisances despite not using containers for storage. And then there was also one I had concerned about, the exclusion for lawn equipment, and I'm wondering if for exceptions for lawn equipment should not apply if the equipment is not properly muffled. So if you don't have mufflers on that equipment, there shouldn't be an exception. So my conclusion to this is that if these issues are not addressed, we risk undermining our efforts to protect residents from noise pollution. Implementing these changes is crucial for ensuring the effectiveness and the fairness of the ordinance. While it is my preference to have lower sound limits than in the proposed ordinance, I'm willing to compromise if these changes to the measurement location is made to the originating lot line, as we have in the current ordinance, and the additional concerns I have highlighted are met. Once this ordinance is approved, we need to educate residents about the rights under the ordinance and the complaint process so that the noise ordinance are effectively reported. That's all I have.
So I'm going to ask some follow-up questions of you, Sonny, because that was a lot. So with regard to the measurement at the property line of the originating source rather than receiving property, you're talking about 10203, Section 1A, that would say that the Table 1, which is the decibel levels, would be measured at or within the property line of the originating source as opposed to the property line of receiving property. That's one change you'd like to see.
That's correct.
Okay. You started going and I couldn't catch up.
Sorry
So-
about that. I can slow down now.
No, don't do it again. The next one I found is 10203 1B, impulsive sounds.
Correct.
And the impulsive sounds have a level of 80 dBs. An impulsive sound is defined in the ordinance as a sound having a duration of less than 1 second with rapid onset and decay rates, which means that it goes quickly and it leaves quickly. You want us, just to be clear, to write an ordinance that defines specific manufacturing, so that we're going to have an ordinance that talks about riveting as opposed to a firework?
Well, my recommendation is, instead of saying all impulse noises are at 80 dB, I mean, if there's specific cases that you're concerned about, such as fireworks or gunfire or whatever, we just list them, because there's certain manufacturing operations that are also impulse noise, but I think it should be better controlled. For example, I know we recently had some people here concerned about, I think it was the truck repair operation off of 100, and they were complaining about work being done in the truck court. late at night. You know, it was welding and all these other repair operations. Some of those were, to me, sounded like they were impulse noise.
So,
And
but
now
what
we're
would,
raising that limit to 80 dB.
Well-
Now, I don't think they should be included in the relaxed limit.
So to be clear, just so, and I did a little research on my own on that. 80 dB is about the sound of a vacuum cleaner as you're standing next to it, because it's hard to imagine what 65 versus 72 versus 80 versus 110 is. And the general understanding is that 80 is a vacuum cleaner. So you want, again, I'm a little bit confused about, because I'm worried about drafting and enforceability. So you want it to be that impulse sounds are limited to, we're going to redefine impulse sounds as defined by the ordinance to be fireworks, gunshots, and other items that are outside the control of somebody?
Yeah, I just feel like if we the impulse sounds, if you just put that in, it's so broad that there's going to be some noises that you are reasonable to be controlled. I mean, if there's someone working on a tractor trailer, but you know, and 80 dB is actually quite. If you think about it, 80 dB when someone's running a vacuum cleaner, it's hard to have a conversation. You know, that's higher by a lot to the normal conversation the person can have. So that is considered a noise ordinance, and actually a substantial, an 80 dB over a long period of time can lead to hearing loss. That is the cutoff. So that's why and if you have constant noise at 80 dB, that
we're
might
not
be,
talking about
well, it could be
it's
and constant.
impulsive
I mean,
sounds that last for short durations, usually less than 1 second.
but what about if somebody's hammering for 20 minutes?
Then that would fall under
I mean, that's still impulsive,
a
right?
normalized noise complaint. If they're hammering constantly for 20 minutes, it's a consistent sound. It's
Yeah.
not a massive, it's not a 1 second with decay rate.
No matter what, there's enough teeth in this entire ordinance to,
Yeah, well, honestly, the way like if you had a hammering operation, even though it's an impulse of 1 second, it could be repetitive. It could be 1 second every other.
well, that's what
second.
that is exactly what this section is covering.
Well,
That exact particular instance is what they're covering in that section.
so I that this yeah, that way that's
Well,
why I raised
that
it.
is
But you're saying that that's a lot.
they're defining sound, and it says lasts for short duration noise
Mhm.
criteria covered under the ordinance.
Yeah, at a higher dB, I don't think it should be at 80 dB. That's what I'm saying, because that's a very loud noise and it can interfere with normal conversation. And if so, you have let's say, let's say metal stamping.
Oh,
You
so
know-
now we want to change to 80.
Yeah, I don't.
I didn't know what was that the ask.
The
all along?
ask was not to, what I said is for sounds that can be controlled and um, repetitive and built to control. I think we should have a more stricter limit than the 80, because now if there are things that are like fireworks, you're going to have them for a couple of, maybe an hour on July 4th, and it's 80 dB. I get it. That's fine. All right. Or gunfire where it's just infrequent. Those I can understand. The higher,
Well-
although if you have a gunfire, like I said, I'd probably be calling the police department if it was in my neighborhood. But my point is I think 80 dB is too high for certain operations that could be very routine. So instead of whatever noise levels we have now, depending on the time of day, now we've raised it to 80, and I think 80 is too high if it's constant, because at that level you could damage hearing.
So
let-
essentially, you want to make, and I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm rephrasing it improperly. You want it to be constant impulse sounds as opposed to impulse sounds, and you want constant impulse sounds to be leveled under 65 or whatever the number is, with true impulsive sounds that are one-offs being 80. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't. So I don't want.
You got that out of that? Because I was going to ask what the ask was.
Well,
As-
you mind if I read it again, because it was in my conversation, but I don't think people picked up on it. So I'm just going to read that portion.
Well, instead of reading it over, explain to Jeff and I what wording you would change in this ordinance.
Okay,
Don't
fair
read
enough.
don't read your comment. What exactly are you looking to change on this piece of paper?
What I'm looking to change is only allowing the 80 dB limit for noises that are just occasional and are, like fireworks or gunfire at the 80, but other industrial activities that that they should be at the same noise level that's in the table. Because I don't see the rationale for them. Like, for example, if somebody is welding, which don't make those popping sounds, if they're welding for a couple hours on the truck, they shouldn't be at 80 dB. I think it should be within the normal industrial noise.
But if they're welding for a couple hours, it is within the 65. That's not an impulse sound.
So-
It's a constant non-impulse
Yeah,
activity.
I think we're covered.
I didn't read it that way, guys, and maybe it's an interpretation. I don't know. Andrew, what do you think? I mean, it is still an impulse sound. It's just happening in over a long period of time. But it's still, it's like this, right? If I do it once, or if I do it constantly, are they both? Isn't this also an impulse sound? It's just happening.
But
It's just happening in
I
series.
think this is
It's continuous. It's not
particularly,
going to be an impulse sound. I think an impulse sound is, to use an example that comes to my mind, a garbage truck comes in to pick up a dumpster, and when they set it down, it bangs. That's probably going to be over 65 decibels, but it's a quick sound, so there's some leniency with
Okay.
the levels with that. The use of tools. I mean, there's violations for the use of tools or things like that.
Could we just clean up? Could you just look at it and maybe just make it clearer that if it's repetitive impulse sound, it doesn't apply to the 80 dB. If it's just a one-off, then it does.
Well,
Because I just think a good lawyer could use that to their advantage.
I-
That's just my. I hear what you're saying, but to me, I think there's some interpretation there. And the one thing I forgot to mention too, I think, and I mentioned it in the past, is the definition of pure tone is not defined.
and we did look at that, and there's language in there that in the ordinance that if it's not specifically defined here and have its plain and ordinary meaning within the context of this section, standard reference dictionary should be consulted. We looked at the dictionary and we were satisfied with the definition there. It got a little bit cumbersome when we tried to define it using our own words.
Okay, when I did my own research, it's really hard to find a pure tone in nature. I mean, the only thing I could come up with was a tuning fork as used in to tune a piece of equipment or something. Other than that, I don't see anything that's pure tone.
Well, that's why the ordinance reads pure tone or continuous sound. That's what it's meant to cover. It's not just a tuning fork. It's if something has a constant hum,
Okay.
it's reducing it by 5.
Okay.
That's
So anyway, those
that way.
are my my suggestions. Is I think there's some ambiguity, and I just like to tighten it up.
Yep. I'm not done with you yet, though.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't see where you're talking about the calibration. You
Oh,
point out to
okay.
what we're
Let me
talking about
just see if I
there.
can find it. I know it was there.
do you have a page number?
Yeah, I'm looking. That's what I meant.
Let me look for it. I know it was in here somewhere.
It does have that at the bottom of page 5. It does say that they shall be recalibrated once a year by the manufacturer or laboratory accredited by either the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation or the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which I believe that's what Sonny
Yeah, that was-
mentioned how they should be.
And so
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I'm okay with that one, but I think
When we did keep a decibel meter at work, we sent it to Sunshine every year, and they put a.
But
and-
you're
and-
saying, Sonny, there's something else that you disagree with that you want to make sure it's field, that we can calibrate in the field.
yeah, I read somewhere.
You can't
Well,
calibrate.
Maybe, I don't know if it's in the ordinance, Sonny, but when the sound engineer was here at the workshop, the sound meter she recommended also came with a calibration unit. So it's just kind of a field adjustment. It's maybe not an exact calibration as it would have to go out once a year for certification. It just kind of make sure it's close and working as properly as it can be.
Yeah, there was, and I'm trying to find it, guys. I can't find it now, but there was some verbiage that it had to be calibrated once an hour. It didn't define the method.
That
Yeah.
language is taken out.
Oh, you took it out? Because it was in the draft I reviewed.
It's the hourly, yes.
So, yeah, on the bottom of page 5,
Yeah.
3C refers to the device must be calibrated before and after each series of readings.
Okay.
So
How does that work? That's my question.
there is as you see in section D, not only does the noise meter need to be sent out for calibration periodically, the calibrator must also be sent out to be calibrated.
All right. I just,
Oh, you're talking about the device that you're using just to
In the
check.
field, yes.
I got you.
so it says the measuring device must be calibrated before and after each series of readings.
We-
I just don't know, like, to me,
That's what he's saying. It's the separate device that's used to check the meter as you're using it.
So the meter
But,
itself
but
gets
for the
calibrated.
record, that's not calibrating.
Right.
That hand device is not,
Right.
you're not field calibrating.
Right,
You're
the-
doing what you're talking about. Is it close?
So the noise meter itself is sent out for its official calibration.
Yeah, exactly.
As often as it needs to.
Mhm.
But also there is a hand calibrator which the technician uses in the field to check the device before and after. That calibration device must
Needs to
also
go
be
out.
set.
Yep.
okay. I just think we can clean up the language a little bit. When I read it, again, I'm thinking as if somebody wants to challenge this ordinance, is there any ambiguity in it? To me, that's not defining the method at all, how we're doing it, whether there's a field device that, a test or whatever. I just looked at that and I just looked at it as too ambiguous. So we could clean that up a little bit. I feel. I
How
feel
would you
better.
clean it up though, Sonny? What are you asking?
What's your suggested language?
Well, I'm not the attorney, but you kind of described it saying that there was another device. Maybe you can list that, list that or list the process that the manufacturer provides for that calibration so that
But-
we know where to go back to.
But if technology changes or
We buy a
things
different-
change, you
Well, you
buy a
change the
different
ordinance.
meter.
Change it. If you're changing if you're changing it, right now you're adding that in there. And what if that's the other point? If technology changes and we're not doing that anymore, now it's in our ordinance, now we've got a problem.
How does it hurt saying you calibrated the machine before you took your reading? Doesn't that help your case?
Well, if you're not doing it and somebody wants to challenge it, they're saying you didn't follow your ordinance because you didn't.
And if we didn't follow the ordinance, it's on us.
Yeah, it's
Right.
a
Our
procedural
problem.
issue.
No matter how the ordinance is written, if we don't follow it,
Again, this is not a clear description of how you're testing it, and if it gets challenged in court or challenged by then, and we've got this in there, I think it's gonna
Well, we'll have a
compromise it.
we'll have our field procedure based on the make and model of the equipment, explaining how it was done.
Then just make a reference to that. That's all I'm asking.
Well, it is referenced there.
It doesn't give that detail.
We don't want that detail.
I wouldn't put it in either.
When preparing this, I did not want to get into, there are some ordinances that said the sound device must be measured, 4 feet from the floor, 2 feet from a window, 6 feet from a door. And, if you get into court with that,
Well, then,
the attorney's gonna say, how far were you from the door?
so yeah, then maybe put something that says as per township policy or something. Make it generic enough that it covers us, but it also doesn't
That's-
become a double. Yeah.
It is generic, and as Bob said, the people that are going to be utilizing and enforcing this are going to be going to
Well,
classes and get certified, and
Mhm.
they're going to be able to testify how they did it and that it's in accordance with the certain standards. And here's my certification. I took this appropriately.
okay, well, so listen, guys, this is the first time we had a chance to discuss this since the workshop, right? And I just got this. We have looks like there'll be some changes even though after the one I received. So I'm giving you my feedback based on what I had received.
So nobody's attacking. We're just
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, that's all I'm trying to say is like, I read through it and I wanted to share my concerns. And one of my concerns was that it seemed awfully ambiguous and I didn't want it to be challenged. And that's why I raised it.
And that's fine. So we've addressed that. After calibration from your recitation, what was next?
Let's see here. Let's go through. We talked about after calibration, we talked about impulse noise. So we already talked about that.
Yep.
We talked about the kind of, I think this is like the subjective portion a little bit. Let's go to that. It was
Are you talking about Okay, this is section 2.
Section-
Specific
let's
act
go-
constituting a noise disturbance.
Yeah, go to page 6, please, and this is section 2.5, and the loading, unloading, opening, closing, or other handling of boxes,
Oh.
crates, containers, building
285.
materials, trash dumpsters, garbage cans, or similar objects. So what I'm referring to, and I think some of notice here people that have experienced this ourselves. As an example, there we have a lot of what they call dry bulk dry bulk trucks, and these are big trucks that contain things like powders and resins and so forth, and they pump them into the warehouse. On the research that I found, they can be up to 110 and 120 dB, and can be at least 90 dB, at the lot lines or more. I think that the way this reads, because it talks about, specifically says loading, unloading, opening and closing, or other handling of boxes, crates, or containers. But in that use, there are no boxes, crates, or containers. Materials being loaded, unloaded by pumps.
So why, in the case that you're talking about, Sonny, if there's a resin truck that's operating at 110 or 100 dB at the lot line, why doesn't the first section why can't we smack them under that one?
That's not the lot line. That's probably at the source. So
Right. So at the lot line, which is if someone wants to yell and scream at 80 dBs, but no one hears it, that no one hears that tree fall in the woods. If you're talking about a noise that's happening that you think is 110, but no one perceives it outside of 65, you want to then go to this one and say, but it's not fair because I don't want them to be able to do that, even though they are under the level of the prescribed number.
So remember this section. It applies to noises that are at 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. This is sort of like this is a different criteria.
Yeah, I'm still lost on what the ask is.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to.
The
Well,
ask
no,
is,
but
He wants to include.
let him
yeah,
answer.
you got it. Go
He
ahead.
wants to include a separate provision for certain types of dry good trucks. Right?
Yeah, I just want to add that in there because the way this reads, it seems to be only pertaining to.
But it's not.
These
It's
are,
not.
these are the subject.
Right.
The
But
object.
remember, Sonny, from 10 to 7, if you're at a residential property, the DBA at your
Has to
line
be
is 50.
below. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what decibel they're.
Doesn't.
If as long as this is the disturbs a reasonable person of normal sensitivities on a residential receiving
It shouldn't be
property line.
used as a hammer that if I can't get one, I'm going to get the other.
No, it's not
just doesn't
intended.
fall.
I'm just saying that the way this reads, guys, is that you're looking at loading and unloading of operation, but there are going to be situations where your operations could.
But loading and unloading is moving. The pellets are moved with a vacuum device,
Doesn't-
right?
No,
So, but you're loading or unloading the truck. It pulls into the injection mold place, and a vacuum unloads those pellets from that vehicle into the facility.
I agree with you, Jim. That's my
So
argument.
it is loading and unloading.
No, not the way this reads. It says loading, unloading, opening, closing, or other handling of boxes, crates, containers, building material, trucks, dumpsters, or whatever. But that operation does not include handling of boxes, crates, containers, building materials, trash dumpsters. It doesn't include that case because we're just talking about something that's basically pumping.
I don't.
So if you want to add pumping to that or some other way to describe that
Well, it's
operation,
not
that
really
you're not
pumping,
including,
It's a vacuum. So
or
it's,
vacuum, you could add
it's-
vacuuming.
It's
It's not in there. That use may not be allowed, it doesn't, is unclear. That's all I'm saying.
What else?
Well, you're leading here. You said you had other
I'm
questions.
asking from.
Just,
no. What's
I'm
on
good
the-
on that. What were
just to clarify something.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Andrew.
If there was a vacuum pump and it was at the receiving residential property line between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., it would need to follow the provisions of the decibels, 65 decibels. If it's between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., it would need to be below 50 decibels. So
Well,
if it's loud, it's going to be enforced through the decibels.
and that goes back to my main concern is that what if that operation half a mile or a mile away, right? I
Actually,
mean,
then if we've had experts in sound here, and the recommendation was receiving property line. If there is a, you know, a
I,
warehouse or a facility out in the middle of nowhere with no residents around it, and they're operating at 66 decibels at their property line, but no one else can hear it or complain about it, you know, this is to protect people and their way of life. So it should be at where they're living and at their property.
So, well, first of all, I respectfully disagree that that was a recommendation. We had examples that had both receiving lot line and originating lot line. We've already had an originating lot line. And I've also goes back to my original comment that, you know, you're talking about folks that can hear this noise from half a mile to a mile away. And I hope that.
And it can be measured from a half mile or a mile away. So if they hear it and it's above and it's measured,
it
what's the,
they can hear it, but it won't be at that limit, but it's still extremely annoying for these people. All right. And that's the point. And also there's a lot more, and I've already spoken to that. There's a lot more variability. Now you're, you know, okay, you're an electrical engineer. I'm an engineer. The one thing you know is if you want to measure something, you measure it closest to the source. How do you
not when you
take
do
out ambient,
harmonics.
how do you take out ambient noise a
Not when
mile
you
away?
do harmonics, you don't, and that's what we're talking about.
How do you remove ambient noise from a mile away? I mean, that's actually in the procedure that you're supposed to remove it.
Harmonics is done at the point of coupling from the utility, and it's applicable here. Harmonics and electricity is exactly what we're talking about.
Again, this is my concern. I don't think we should be measuring at the receiving lot line. I strongly feel it should be at the originating point. There's no reason for, again, you're looking at dB possibly could be 30 or 40 more dB higher at the originating line before it gets to the 65 at the receiving lot line. If we really care about health and safety, do we really want that high level of dB at the originating lot line? I don't think so.
So Sonny, from your presentation, what else that we have not talked about specifically so that I can read what you're talking about?
All right, so I will just say we talked about the measurement at the noise at the receiving lot line. I had a problem with that.
Done that twice.
We've talked about equipment calibration. We've talked about impulse noise. We've talked about the inclusion of dry bulk trucks in section 2.5. And the other thing was for exceptional lawn equipment, it should be properly operating. If you've got you don't have a muffler on it, I don't think that should be an exclusion as written in the ordinance. Those were my comments.
And for that one, you're talking about exemptions. You're talking about
Yeah.
section 10203, section 3, and you're talking about specifically D, noise generated from lawn care and other household maintenance equipment and tools used between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m.
Yeah, I would issue any kind of a piece of equipment that is not properly maintained is causing noise disturbance. I think that should not be an inclusion. So things like mufflers being removed, we have that. I didn't want to go there, but because it's a separate issue. But just as an example, Jake brakes, right? I know we can't do anything about them, but a lot of those issues are actually caused by equipment that's modified and the mufflers are removed. That's a separate issue, but it's just an example why I think there should be something clarifying that if it's an unmuffled equipment and it's a nuisance, it shouldn't be an exemption.
Anything else from your point?
No, I've listed everything. Thank you for your time.
Okay. I want to indicate that since we had the hearing back in March and since we got to today,
It was a workshop, not a hearing.
since we had the hearing back in March and we got to today, I've talked to some people that I trust much more than I do, or much more than myself, and some people that are smarter than me. And what it comes down to me, frankly, is when we're talking about where to measure a violation of an ordinance, the question is, if you go above 65, is it a violation when you go above, or is it a violation when someone finds you going above? If you speed on the highway, if you go 72 miles an hour on a 65, you're speeding, you're breaking the law, whether someone perceives you breaking the law or not. It's a question of who and how do we want to make people responsible for the standard of the rules? So I'm having a little bit of, I don't want to call it turmoil because that's really dramatic right now, disrupt in my mind about whether the receiving property as opposed to the emitting source is the right measurement. Because I think that if we're measuring noise, you got to look at it two ways. One is noise is as we perceive it, and one is noise as you generate it. And what are we regulating? Are we regulating noise as it's perceived, or are we regulating noise as it's generated? And uh, I am trying to figure out in my own mind, even though I can hear people trying to help me figure it out for myself, but trying to figure out what a township ordinance should be protecting as opposed to over-regulating. And I want to be careful here to make sure we're making the right decision. Sonny, I appreciate everything you said. I do at the time and everything else. And I know that that you experience noise differently than I do based on where we live and everything else. I am not super comfortable with a lot of the other changes that you've recommended, but I am open, amenable to having a conversation about 10203A and changing the table to reflect that noise is measured at the originating source as opposed to the receiving line, and that table 1 would be maximum permissible level of originating source, and that would be measured at the property line of the originating source. And I think that's, you're either violating an ordinance or you're not. And I think to your point, I think you said it a little bit more complicated than it's in my mind, which is the rule should be the rule for everybody and not depending on where you live. And if you're a mile away, the rule is still violated if someone's over 65, which is the number that I'm comfortable with. I'm balancing that against a concern I have, which is that if you're a mile away and hear some dull roar that's not above 65, I'm not sure that everybody's entitled to silence every day. In fact, I live in a house with 4 women. I'm not entitled to silence any day. And we have to make sure that as we do these regulations, that we are considering that we don't live in a perfect utopian bubble, that there is noise. If a neighbor gets mad because a leaf falls on their property, I'm going to say a bad word, tough shit. Sometimes you hear things that you don't want to hear, and sometimes we have to accept that. But I also don't want a situation where I can make a phone call about an industry or commercial use or an individual in the township that I don't live anywhere near, and force the township to investigate a noise complaint that I didn't perceive myself. That being said, and for brevity, and Doug, I'm sorry we missed kickoff by a long way. We're going to miss kickoff by a long
I
way.
think we're going to miss it anyway.
I would be amenable to revising the current draft for that one change. But I personally, Sonny, I'm not. I've read through it and I understand where you're coming from an enforcement perspective. Considering that I do this for a living, I'm not as concerned with some of those issues. But that's where I am. Is that I think that I'd be open to that change, but not any of the others that you suggested.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Actually, that change was my biggest concern, so I appreciate that. I mean, the other changes, honestly, was to me more just the feeling that it was ambiguous, and it was my concern just to make sure that the ordinance wouldn't be challenged later, and maybe that's why I raised it just to say, hey, what? And you made some changes already that I wasn't aware of, but my biggest concern is that. Is the law.
I'm not good with that.
Okay. What do you want to add before we go out to everybody else? We've been talking a lot.
No, it's fine.
Okay. So
This
let's,
is not
the 3 of us never get to talk like this because we're not allowed to in a public meeting. So I don't apologize for dominating the conversation, but I apologize you've had to listen to us for so long. We'll move this out for public comment. Again, this is, we're sort of dealing with both ordinances at once. So as you feel free, Kathy, come on up.
Okay, some are questions, some are comments. Sounds a funny thing. You guys all know where I live. Sometimes I hear the train whistle in Tufton, which is very many miles away. Sometimes I hear 78, which is a half a mile away. So, the atmospheric conditions also come into play sometimes. But the reason I stood up was because of what Jim had alluded to about the grandfathering, that businesses are not going to be grandfathered. As you all know, we have a lot of businesses in the township that provide jobs, help keep our taxes at a nice rate, that have been here for decades and employ a lot of people. Never had a problem with them in my tenure that I was here, some of them, not all of them, but some of them, most of them. And now with this new ordinance and lowering the dB level, they could unknowingly be in violation. So I just want to clarify that if someone has an axe to grind, because I can certainly see this this ordinance being weaponized, that if somebody has a complaint about a business, that they have the chance to comply before they get slapped with some kind of a fine. I just want to be clear on that.
And if I can, Kathy, I think the back end of the ordinance, we've sort of changed the enforcement procedures to make it a little bit, to give us some leeway in that regard. So there is a informal monitoring, an
That's the way
informal,
I read it. I just wanted to
Yeah.
be sure I read it correctly.
and that was something that when we had the hearing back in March, I was really interested in making sure that we sort of codified for lack of a better term, better neighbor program. That instead of making a complaint and immediately going to court, a private citizen such as yourself can make a complaint, and it brings everyone together to talk about what can be done. We did that. That happened recently with I don't even know who it was, Americold, where some private citizens made some complaints about noise, and Americold met with them and agreed to do attempted to do some mitigation of the noise. And it made good neighbors, and it made the township helping and part of the mediation process rather than just the enforcement process. I think the way that the ordinance, the draft is drafted, it encourages that rather than discouraging that. It encourages people to make a complaint and work together towards identifying a problem and a solution as opposed to just a problem.
And I hope you all remember, we do have a gun club here in the township that does trap shooting. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Just there in reviewing other ordinances, some ordinances do have language that do allow for the grandfathering of existing uses in that. So that can occur as well.
I mean, I think the way it's written, there's an opportunity for the company to comply. You get plenty of time, and then they can put in an abatement process. So I want to keep it as is. I think this has the ability to address a lot of resident concerns of people that have come, and I would encourage those people. I know you're nodding your heads, but please don't be shy about speaking, because I think they're here for a reason. They're looking for. They've been asking us for help, and now I don't want to stop. But we're so close. I don't want to slam the door in their face and say, "Sorry, we're not going to help you."
Anyone else? Ma'am in the front. And I got ma'am in the orange shirt. I have you, and I have right behind you as well, and over here. Gotcha.
Hello, my name is Joanne Franks. I live in Upper Macungie for 32 years. And I'm here with concerns as a resident, not so much the commercial side of hearing all the noises, which I understand is a great concern. But is this new ordinance that's going into play, how's that going to help residential noise with neighbors, with boom boxes, with loud music playing? Is this built for that as well?
Right. So that's what we've been talking about when we talked about 10203, which is specific acts as a noise disturbance. So when we looked at the ordinance, we wanted to make sure we had not just a measurable component, but also a subjective component. So if someone's playing loud music and bothering you, yeah, you can still call and have that.
And that's in here.
It is in here.
What page is that?
6.
Page.
Page 4. So
Page-
are you telling me that this
Here, right?
this
That's what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about page
I
6.
think he's talking about page
Page
6.
So
are
it's
you saying that this is the
Oh,
procedure now
okay.
that people that live in this community should be following.
Listen.
So we,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If there's a party going next door and it's bothering you, no matter what ordinance we have, people are going to call Mike and his police staff and they're going to come bust up the party anyway. That's
Well,
what's
that-
happened the majority of the times.
that's what my question was.
Because if it's
is-
outside the office staff hours, if it's at 9:30 at night, we're not going to have someone recalibrate. If it's just loud music, it can be turned off. There's always going to be a process to take care of those things. As a neighbor, we should be. Honestly, it's go knock on the door and say, "Can you turn it down?" And they say yes, but we don't live in those halcyon days anymore.
No, we don't.
Uh,
And people have gotten disrespectful.
Right.
Boom boxes are great. The disrespect is terrible. And it's a concern. After living 32 years in my community, I see a big difference. And so you're saying people should still call the police?
I'm not openly advocating to call the police, but I am saying that's going to happen.
Right. Okay.
If
So-
it's during the workday hours,
Right.
if someone's doing it, you call here and code enforcement takes care of it.
Okay. Well, then I think I'd like to see more language in this for the residents. This is built mostly for commercial, for businesses. It doesn't lend enough information for citizens in here what to do. As a citizen, then when I file, let's say I call the police, let's say this continues. Does this process then apply, and then these penalties apply to people with boom boxes and making noises? What's the theory in thinking about this? Has there been thought in that? I mean, it's a waste of our money to keep calling the police. And then people that are offenders, they don't get penalized. So I'm just raising this. When I read this, I thought, how is this pertinent to me? And it didn't seem it was enough for me as a citizen to protect me. I certainly understand the bigger scene with all the trucks and have respect for people, with all the noise, but it just doesn't have enough teeth into it for a citizen yet. And let's say a person looks on the website and they read this. It doesn't really tell you what as a citizen to do. It talks about what the planning is going to be. You're going to get a person, incumbent in a new role. Is that incumbent then going to work with private citizens to work out situations with their neighbors? I mean, has this been thought about some more? I do feel that we do need a noise ordinance for citizens because boom boxes are a big issue. And the disrespect is getting greater and greater. So that's why I'm here to raise my issue and concern about this. So.
Okay. Thank you, Joanne. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Ma'am in the orange shirt.
Hello, my name is Christine Gervishy. I live in Lehigh Court. I was very cheered up listening to this discussion. The lower dB level of 65 dB, I think, is going to be very helpful. And the willingness to change the ordinance from the receiving lot line to the generating lot line, I think, is huge. I'm part of one of the many families who are subjected to noise from WSI in the area surrounding Daniel Drive for about 2 years. And the only reason that we could actually get a resolution to that by dialogue with WSI is that Darren Martucci was able to do noise measurements at the lot line. That was the only way that we actually managed to get the information that got WSI to listen to our complaints. I tried taking noise measurements at my lot line, and they were just not good enough. I live at the top of a steep slope, and the noise was being modified by the Enesis warehouse that's at the bottom of, that's actually at my lot line. If I had to take measurements at my lot line, it would not have passed the test. It was only taking measurements at WSI's lot line that actually gave us the ammunition to start a dialogue and get things at least somewhat fixed. I do also agree that that the plastic pellet blowing, which was the trucks that Sunny Guy was referring to, it was really a big problem and continues to be a big problem in the Daniel Drive area. So anything that we can do to prevent that noise would be very helpful. I had a question about the reference to the pure and unvarying noise, which is in the existing ordinance. I couldn't find it in the present one, so I don't know why there was a reference to that. Is that gone now?
You mean in the new one?
Yes, in the brand new one. I couldn't find
It's
the.
on page 5. It's 10203-1C, correction for character of sound.
Page 5. Thank you.
For any source of sound which emits a pure tone or continuous sound, the maximum sound level set forth in table 1 shall be reduced by 5 dBs.
I'm sorry, page 5, and which item was
C.
that?
C, top of the page.
Oh, I understand. Yes, should be reduced by 5 dB. There again, my comment from what we learned from the existing ordinance is that the WSI lawyers took that to their advantage. They said, we are not a pure sound because it varied a small amount from a very pure frequency. So it said, this does not apply to us. So I think having wording that does not actually say, or in addition to saying a pure tone, actually refers to a droning tone or something like that, something that would allow some variation in frequency, but would not allow the lawyers to wiggle out of responsibility. That would be great.
Lawyers are the worst. And I think then C, ma'am, it says continuous sound, which I think does address
Oh, yes,
a
the continuous
variation.
sound.
So
Yes, I beg your pardon.
it does address that concern.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you. I think that was all of my concerns. Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Christine.
Sunny
Thank you,
Guy's
Christine.
comments.
Thank you.
I'll get you in a minute.
Mark with Orfield, PA. Just coupling with what she said, I'm just talking about the noise that we're kind of been having the issue with. It's an all-night noise, continuous noise, like she said, which I think is covered under that section 5 you just mentioned. I hope I can. This isn't exactly this, but this is what we hear all night. So it's real. It's probably not going to measure decibel wise, but I hear this night and day, in my office, sleeping at night. That's kind of what we're dealing with. It emanates and it penetrates the walls of the house. I don't know how you write that into the code. I don't know how you prevent that. The measures that were taken, and I thank you guys for that, reduced it some. I don't know if you move that in the code enforcement, can some of this equipment be moved inside the building? I know you talked about measuring it after it's in place, but there's got to be maybe some anticipation of the noise that these equipment will make, and their compressor is noisy. We know that that's going to be a significant noise source that is not base building HVAC. So I guess that's the thing. We're not after every business. We're not after, at least I'm not heading hunting, any other noise sources. This is like, I'm losing sleep over this thing. I'm trying to work at my office during the day and we hear this. It's just over time, it's annoying. It really drives you crazy.
And the source again is a compressor, you said?
We're talking about Acura.
Acura.
So whatever that equipment is, I haven't been able to.
And that's a recording of the actual?
That is not, no.
Oh,
This is as close. I'm trying to get
Okay.
some type of
giving us-
representation to what it is we're talking about. And that's it's a tone generator on app.
So
So
if-
obviously it's not exact, but
Right.
it's the stuff we hear, and it fades in and it fades out, and it's all night long.
Did
It's
they
all
put
day
the
long.
sound
Sometimes
back
it
up?
stops. I can't explain the
did?
processes over there. So that's
Did
that's
it get
basically
any better when they put the?
It did.
the sound
And again, I
deadening up?
thank you for that. But I'm just like I think you mentioned, we don't know what mitigation measures are going to be effective even. But a lot of this equipment, I never see in my own line of work. We don't see it outside on pads. Like Acrian's operating, I'm sure, in complete compliance with zoning in an office flex warehouse. If they're growing their space, they have they have a reason to put things outside, right? I see a lot of this stuff built into the spaces and compressor houses and things like that. And that's what I think, if this moves to code enforcement, can we
Well,
write that into the code somehow?
I was under the impression that was there. That's been there a considerable amount of time. The
That
compressor.
equipment, I'm sure it
Yeah.
might have been. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that was added on.
It was replaced.
It was replaced, but I don't think it was.
Okay.
It was there.
It's, so, yeah, my understanding is I actually talked to some gentleman who sold that business.
But this is the thing I'm trying to hope that this would address. You know, I'm not, again, this has been, and we talked about Akron, and what's done is done. We're not revisiting that necessarily, but it's like, that's the litmus test for this ordinance is what I'm hoping.
And that's the hard part, Mark, of writing ordinances, is we got to put a line
I
somewhere.
know, and that's not something I can comment on,
But it is something that, if there are continued problems with that, I think Bob and the township staff have shown you already that they're willing to listen and try to help mediate and mitigate
and I do
problems.
appreciate that. Yeah. And
And if it continues that way, just because we draft a new ordinance, they're not going to hang the phone up on you immediately. I mean, after a few words, they might, but they're going to still take your phone call, and we're still going to do things through the best effort of the citizens.
Yeah.
which is the goal here. But in writing an ordinance, we have to be a little bit careful not to go
Sure.
too far down a rabbit hole on one issue where we are writing a 45-page ordinance to deal with, one sound.
I found, and this goes back to the old Air Products site, and there was a conditional use
Erie.
clause number 4. I don't know if it ever got written in about just this. It was like, the township would have the right to request sound abatement. You know, is that something that can be, is that included now? I don't know. Maybe that's included now.
Yeah,
Is
we
that
had
something that-
discussions about that, Mark.
Okay.
Something like that.
You know, I mean,
Even if it's after the building opens, to sound check them.
I think that would solve a lot of this without all the complicated hurdles you got to do to get it in a noise ordinance. So
Mark, just to clarify, how far do you live away from that?
I'm the half mile.
Half a mile, and
By
you can
air,
hear
by air,
hear it.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's the tone, and I think that number 5 kind of captures that. It's a continuous
Sound.
I'm not a noise engineer, so I don't know what makes this thing penetrate walls, but it does. And I can close windows, and it's always there.
Okay.
You know, and that's the thing that's, I think a lot of us are after. So I just wanted to give you an example before everyone else gets up here. So.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. I'm here.
My name's Jill Devlin. I live in Valley West, and I'm going to piggyback off the resident here. 2 Saturdays ago, and you're talking about music, there was a wedding on Whitman Drive. And the street was completely parked up. You could not get an emergency vehicle down there if you needed it. The music, I'm on scenic view, and the wedding was here. My windows were rattling from the music. We called the police 3 times. He was a wonderful young man. He came out 3 times, and he told them to turn it down. He would leave. It would go back up. At what point then can an officer say it's disturbing the peace and shut it down? Because if we'd have had a machine there that day, it'd have been off the charts.
That seems to be a Mike Satowski question.
Yeah, I don't know, right? Like, I'm just, because he did talk to us about the ordinance, and he said there was really not a lot he could do right now. He talked about this ordinance coming up, and he admitted it is extremely loud.
Yeah,
So,
I'm unfamiliar with the incident or the call itself. That specific one that you're talking about.
okay,
But generally, that's how we do try and handle certain noise complaints, especially a wedding in a residential area. We typically go respond, ask them, or advise them of the concerns, the noise, the complaints, and then request them to turn it down. And I'd say over the years, that's probably effective 99% of the time. That's how we like to
right.
handle those issues, rather than just go with a citation right away. But ultimately, if it's causing some sort of disturbance, it could result in a disorderly conduct.
It started at
citation.
11:30 a.m. and I'm telling you, everybody on the street was ready for 9 o'clock to call to shut it down because it was crazy. And I don't know how they could even have a wedding in a I mean, it was bad. So, talking about the noise ordinance and protection for residents, I think that should really be.
Did they stop at 9?
Pardon
Did
me?
they stop at 9 or did you have to call them?
About 5 after 9, it went way down. You could hear it, but they stopped. But it was continual and it was drums. I think it was a band. I think it was a partial band that was there. But you couldn't even drive down Whitman, and I think that's a concern as well. Like, suppose somebody had a heart attack in the middle of the block, and you can't get down the street to get to him. You know, just if you're going to have a wedding, I think they should have to have a permit. Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Jill. Appreciate it. Blue shirt, yeah. Jim, I got you next.
Hi, Peter Ditzler, Lehigh Court. I'd first like to thank everybody for their diligent service and working on these issues. My comment was on calibration and clarity and maybe the correct use of the terms. Calibration, as somebody mentioned, is normally traceable to a national standard. And the frequency of calibration is generally determined by the type of instrument and what the experience level with that instrument is going out of calibration. And it's very, very unlikely that you can calibrate something in the field before and after. Maybe if you have some type of, you would know, electronic device built in. But
Well, with what I believe with what Cal is talking about is they have a device that will generate that you keep it in the right proximity to the meter and it'll generate a certain dB level. And it's going to check that it hasn't drifted too far out. You're not going to adjust it and dial it into 50 dB or whatever the tone generator is, but there's no way you're going to field calibrate the
exactly. And so this
the
goes to
dB.
clarity. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
That goes to the clarity of the statement. The proper terminology might be to verify, and you'd have to consult an expert to what the and this has a practical application because we went through this. Their expert, our expert, was the equipment calibrated? When was it calibrated? What are the results? And you end up with a lot of unhappy people. And that's why maybe the complaints are down, because people give up when you get the runaround. So that's a specific point. And the overall point, and I understand the backs and forth, the clarity of how the ordinance is written is important to protect both parties. And I understand there's two sides to the argument, and I'll let you guys figure that out. I just asked for clarity.
And by the way, that was just my point, is I was concerned because it wasn't clear, and when you use the word calibrate, it's a rather strong statement, right? Whether there might be some other way to make sure that the equipment is tested, but not necessarily. I mean, that was my
Because
point.
you're really verifying.
Right, so maybe that on page 5, D3C should be the measuring device must be
Oh,
verified.
no. That actually,
Is that calibrated?
what they're saying in that item
Yeah.
is that the verification device that you're using must also be calibrated every year or every.
After each reading.
Oh, no. There's another statement in here that
Right,
we have
this
to
one's
keep.
every year. That's the sound level meter.
Well,
Must be
but there
recalibrated.
where was the other one? Let me look
That's
at
right
my
above it.
page.
The measuring device must be calibrated before each and after.
It's not,
each-
yeah, it says measuring
after.
device, not verification device, Jim. So that's my concern. It's very ambiguous.
Sound level meter versus the measuring device. So maybe that's
Right.
That's what we need
But
to-
the measuring device
Is it verified
and
or is it-
the calibrator, yeah, I need to find my own page because I did write this up. That was when Cal
said that there's a piece,
clarified that the verification device needs to be calibrated every year as well as the meter itself.
Is that every year or is it before or after every reading?
The actual noise meter must be sent in for calibration, but also, and maybe we don't use the term calibration device, the in-field calibration device.
The verification device
must also be calibrated.
So you're verifying the actual instrument before and after?
Yeah.
But both of those pieces need to also be calibrated.
Right.
As
so,
well.
So then D3.
So that is a little,
D3C should be the calibration device must be verified on a yearly basis.
That's in 4 or D.
No, it's the actual
Yeah, that's-
sound meters
That's in
measure.
D. So there are acoustic calibrators. They do call them field calibrations in the industry
Okay.
that you can also use.
Okay.
So is the intent for C to be this tool to verify the calibration of the
I
sound
think
meter?
that, Sonny, I think that might take away the confusion and see if you change calibrate it to verify.
verified, yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to make sure
minutes
we
ago.
were not in the
But,
spot where
but
we
D
were.
needs to remain calibrated and recalibrated.
So if we change
I'm okay
C to
with
be the
D. We
measuring
see that
device
as a
must be
problem with it.
verified before and after each series of readings, then we're saying that the calibration sticks once a year. We're just verifying before we do it that it's calibrated rather than sending it off for calibration.
Yes.
Well, it's not sending it off. It says the way the reads right now, it says the measuring device. So to me, I read that to be the sound meter
Yes.
must be calibrated before and after each
But-
series
but-
of readings. And I mean, that's what I question is how do you calibrate something in the field?
Because
It's-
there's another device, like Jim said,
Separate,
that creates the tone.
Got it.
They work together.
It's-
It's from the
it's a-
same manufacturer. There's just 2 pieces.
Okay. Maybe instead of calibrated, it's something different because
Yeah, we-
to me,
we-
calibration means something
We said
different.
verify.
Verify.
Yeah.
Change it.
Okay.
All right. So Jim,
Yes, sir. Oh, I thought you were talking. to me.
Jim
That
Kapler, I live at 318 McBride. A couple of comments. And going back to when we had that workshop here, was that long ago that it was March? And as I'm listening to the decibel levels and the calibration and the different things that we talked about, and we had the experts here, and now I've heard some comments that the supervisors have made, Bob's made. But the one thing that we talked about that evening was qualitative and quantitative. So when I hear the term subjective, is that the same as quantitative? And I'm going to use this gentleman as an example. That probably isn't a DB violation. It's not. But you have a bunch of residents hearing through their walls of their house all night long, all day long. Now, I'll say this again. I said it back at the workshop. If it's legal, doesn't mean it's right. So if I could, I'll ask a couple hypotheticals and perhaps you can answer these. And you don't want to answer hypotheticals, I understand. I'm not a lawyer either.
again, lawyers are the worst.
No, I just, you hate them until you need one.
Please, Jim, say you need me right now. I have to-
That depends. Again, that gentleman's situation or another situation. And it would involve a manufacturing facility, a warehouse, whatever business it may be. And it is that type of noise. You go out and measuring at where that's generated, that is absolutely the right thing to do. But it doesn't violate. What do we do? But you have a group of people who are reasonable people and they are disturbed by this noise. Reasonable people. Not one person in a group of 100. That's one thing. Does that ordinance do anything about that? And I'll use the word quantitative because we talked about it that night, and even the expert had mentioned that, the lady that was here.
You got them switched, Jim.
Yeah, it's
That's
qualitative.
Quantitative means
Oh,
we're
did I?
measuring
I'm
it.
sorry.
Qualitative means
I'm
quality of
sorry.
life.
And
Right.
subjective is qualitative.
There you go.
Does it cover it? Would it cover a situation like that? That's the first. I'll ask the second one, and I'll go to this lady. And she said about the boom boxes. And something I had brought up that night was dogs. And it's interesting with disturbing the peace. As I was going through the notes, I thought there was 30 disturbing. I think it was 30 disturbing the peace. If a dog isn't barking incessantly for an hour, is that disturbing the peace? Or is it just, well, tough luck? And I just ask one more thing with that. And if I could use your quote, Jeff, something you said earlier, and these businesses aren't grandfathered and they of shit, then that's just the way it's got to be. So I'm curious, would those two situations, does that ordinance cover those situations if this gentleman or someone else, another group of people, and they have that noise, which if you measure it, it's not going to be a violation. I said that at that night, and I'm listening to this for the last how long hour. And I remember saying that night, boy, you're talking about a nightmare here. So you do all this. Why don't you do it so it's subjective or qualitative?
So I'm not super comfortable without looking at my lawyer to answer questions about legal interpretation. I hated him until just now, and now I need him.
That's right.
Um,
Wait till you need them.
I think we need to have the quantitative approach in there. I think to just have it be qualitative is begging for 1,000 complaints from 1,000 different perspectives, and that makes it impossible to do anything but regulate noise. That's my opinion. I think in certain circumstances, you got to write it. You can't write a statute that covers every imaginable theoretical, right? We at least I look at situations as I don't look at rainbows and sunshines. I look at tornadoes and hurricanes. Everything's bad. So we look at trying to write a statute that covers the worst things and not everything. There are going to be some things that don't get covered. Just happens. That's the way life works. Or you can call them loopholes or technicalities or whatever you want. It's hard to write a law that covers every situation. We've done the best we can to cover the most possible things we can. And in all honesty, we're not going to know if it's perfect or if it works until we let loose. We can probably sit here for another 6 months to 6 years trying to perfect the language of it until we actually throw it out in the wild and see what happens and how it affects the quality of life of residents. We're not going to know the answer to that. That's how I'd answer the hypothetical, me as supervisor, not me as lawyer, right?
I understand.
We're trying, from Joanne's comments and from Mark's comments, we're trying the best we can to do the best we can to cover those scenarios, but we may not reach every single one. That's why we get the chance to come back and look at it after we enact it. That's what we're doing. So the goal here is to put forth the best possible work product we can. And if we have to revise it, we'll revise it.
It sounds like the answer to, because that was pretty good lawyerly answer, or perhaps a politician's answer. I'm going to try to have
Sucks
to
when
think
I'm both, doesn't
have
it?
to, have to think about that a little bit. But it sounded like you said maybe. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer and a politician. So when one word will do, 50 will be better.
So the other thing then, if I could ask that question, Bob had said it, and is it going to go in there that the township can request, probably not require, mitigation techniques? So citizens have complaints. They call the township. They hopefully don't have to get the police involved. They're busy enough. Is that going to be?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And honestly, the concern that Kathy, you raised, and you raised it, Jim, we're not trying to drive businesses out of the township. We want them here. We just want them to work with us to mitigate some of these. And right now, and frankly speaking, the response has been, well, I'm already in compliance. I don't have to. And they've used the comment that's been, flown around here. Now we just have a little bit of teeth to say, no, listen, you really got to. And, it may be a certain amount of money that is required for noise abatement, but when they do, then everybody's happy. It doesn't cost a lot of money, but it's going to give everybody some quality of life and peace of mind. To me, that's the intent. We don't want anyone to leave, but we just want them to work with us. And unfortunately, some won't do it until the law forces them to. It's unfortunate. It's not necessarily being a good neighbor, but that's what we're up against. And that's why this is necessary.
And Jim, to answer it is a simple word. Yes, that's in the ordinance. There is an opportunity for the township to get involved and to mitigate it and to work to mitigate it.
Where is that, by the way?
Page 8. Check it out.
Okay. I think that it sounds like you have more work to do. So it doesn't sound like this thing's going to be passed tonight. Am I correct there, or am I whistling?
Let me try this. Maybe.
Motions are on the floor.
There's motions on the floor. We got to take a vote and we'll figure out where that goes.
All right, thanks. I
Thank you, Tim.
appreciate it. Appreciate you listening and the work you do. Appreciate it.
I think I've gotten through everybody whose hand was up before. Do we have any more? Come on up.
Good evening. My name's Dan Rowley. I represent Prologis, who is an owner of many businesses and properties in the township. And I'd first like to start off and say we are very sensitive to the issue of noise mitigation. We were actually brought up earlier tonight, kind of an abstract about an applicant, a property owner who agreed to construct sound walls, put in sound mitigating windows, that sort of thing on some of our projects. So we're sensitive to the issue, but we are concerned with the lack of the grandfathering clause, which it's been referred to tonight. And I think specifically the change that was made to the ordinance from receiving property to originating property even makes that grandfathering clause even more important.
To be clear, just interrupt for a second. That change hasn't been made. That change has
Suggestion.
been discussed.
Exactly. I appreciate the correction. There are businesses in the township that were made to show compliance with the 75 decibels, and now, without any changes to their business, would be prohibited from conducting their business as they have for either years or decades. In some cases, they've designed or oriented their businesses, their properties around the compliance with this 75 decibel number. They comply today and are violating tomorrow if this were to pass as suggested. And that's without any protection to their businesses or their approvals. The lack of the grandfathering clause puts existing businesses in jeopardy. These are businesses that have demonstrated compliance with the existing ordinances and have operated under those standards for years. Without a grandfathering clause, if the ordinance passes, they could be immediately, I think there's 5 days that it would take effect, but more or less immediately subject to violations, daily fines, which could interrupt their businesses and their ability to conduct business in the township. So that is the nature of our concern.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience tonight on the noise ordinance?
I had a question, sir. I mean, so if there was adequate time to make accommodations, would you be okay with that?
You mean from when it takes place, the ordinance takes place?
No, if there's first of all, that ordinance could take place. You may or may not be, your businesses may or may not be in violation. But let's say hypothetically they are. And first of all, the way this reads, there has to be a complaint, right? So somebody has to complain about it because it's bothering them. And so if that was the case, if there was it's not grandfathered, but now there's a complaint, and Prologis is an example of a good neighbor, I would say. So it's your concern that, and I do believe that, and you've done, and I've had. So I'm just thinking as an accommodation here, if we're giving adequate time to make the adjustment, would that be
So I
something
think
I'm trying to find a resolution that meets both parties.
I understand. I think the concern lays with, a property that they have designed, and I don't have one particular in mind. I'm, more or less speaking in hypotheticals, which maybe I shouldn't. But a property that they have designed and operated that, let's say, operates at 70 decibels at the originating property line, or 73, and they are there and they're comfortable there, and they comply with the ordinance as it's written today. And there's not necessarily changes or mitigation changes they can further make to get to 65. But there's no protection, even though they've designed the property and conduct business on the property to meet current standards, and they've gotten their approvals for that. And there's no further mitigation that they can do.
So, okay. So what
if there was a grandfathering clause, I think we'd be comfortable that we would be protected.
Instead of that, I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions, including ones that saying that there's no way you can mitigate the noise. But let's say hypothetically it's a mechanical unit. there's mitigation there. You could put enclosures, you could change the baffles. There might be alternatives to that. I mean, those kind of things could apply. And if you just needed reasonable time to make the accommodation, would you be okay?
So now we're talking a couple different hypotheticals going back and forth. But I think the concern would lay with they can operate at say 70, but can operate at 65, and there's no protection for that.
Well, we're
And
all
they-
listing hypotheticals at this point, right? So if you raise one, I raise one back. But I guess my point is, I think there is some. I'm trying to find a middle ground here, and in my view, you can kind of mitigate a lot. If it, and most of the noises that we're talking about, tend to be mechanical units or either inside or outside the building that's causing a lot of disruption. That's
And-
the reason
and
why
many-
I'm saying it seems like some of those could be mitigated. That's all.
And many of their properties already have mitigation measures in place. There are sound walls, there are noise dampening, what have you. There are mitigation measures in place, but there is only so far down you can come sometimes.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm just asking the question. There might be more. In some cases, there may be more, and in those cases, then maybe there's a different approach.
Here's what I'm going to say. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's what I'm going to suggest that we do. I'm going to suggest that I withdraw the two motions as for the two ordinances as because I don't want to pass one without the other. I'm going to make the suggestion that I guess I need to do it publicly so we have it, that I'm going to withdraw the two motions together, that we're going to put this on the agenda for next month because I don't want to have this kick another 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. We're going to have it on the agenda next month.
Why
with
don't you
two-
withdraw?
with
Why don't
two-
you withdraw and we'll do that formally. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to withdraw the motions with regards to these two ordinances.
I'll second that.
Okay, and love public comment. Any comment from Sonny regarding the motion to withdraw the motions? Please say no.
Really, you're going to ask me that? No.
Does anybody else want to get in the weeds with a motion to withdraw a motion? Seeing none. All right, we'll go to a vote. So all those in favor of withdrawing the two motions regarding these two noise ordinances, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, they are withdrawn and off the table for today's purposes. I don't think we need to take anything else. I know what I'm going to make an email suggestion with regards to some changes. I don't know, Andrew, do we need to discuss now what changes that we'd like to put in before we do that, or how do you want to do this?
I would like some direction.
Okay. For me, what I'd like to do is this. I'd like to see a draft ordinance that changes the measuring from the receiving source to the originating source. And I'd like to see how the interplay of the two with a grandfather clause, which plays one to the left and one to the right of me.
So when say that about what do you mean by the interplay?
Well, we're to Dan's point, we've got some businesses that complied with an existing zoning law at 70, and we need to figure out grandfather language is not just saying everything is grandfather. It's figuring out the right way to put it, where to put it. So what I'd propose is that draft an ordinance with language that revises the measurement location and draft something that shows grandfathering of existing businesses and how to cover that. And with those two changes, those are the only ones that I would recommend.
And that's a motion?
Well, can I just comment first before? I mean,
Want to make that a motion?
Can I make a motion for that? That's just direction. That's not really a motion.
Yeah,
But I believe the solicitor, correct me if I'm wrong, he would like direction from the board as a whole, which would require a motion.
Yeah.
So before we make the motion, then I'd like to get some
I
feedback
need
to
a motion
direction.
to add a motion to the agenda.
This,
Yeah, I know.
well, but this item is on the.
Listen,
Okay, so let me take a step back because there's some process, and I understand, Sonny, you want to be heard, and I'm going to give you the
All right.
opportunity.
I'm
I'm going
gonna
to make
give
a
you the-
motion to make a motion. God, this is confusing.
It's already on
And
the agenda. though.
it's 9:15, and I apologize. Making a motion to bring the noise ordinances, making a motion to add a motion to the agenda for this evening regarding the noise ordinance.
I'll second.
All right, I'm not even asking for comment because I'm going to assume no one cares. All those in favor of the motion to add a motion regarding the noise ordinance to the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And no opposed. So we have ability to add the motion. I will then make a motion to amend the two noise ordinances, which is 2024-07 and 2024-08, to add the following. Right, it's actually to amend 2024-08, that the measuring standard is by the originating source as opposed to the receiving property. And it is, however, Andrew needs to be drafted, whether it's amending 2024-07 and '08 or one or the other, to reflect that existing businesses who were compliant with the existing zoning ordinance are grandfathered in pursuant to whatever language we have to use.
So my suggestion would be, because it might require you to go out and measure all the existing buildings, what their existing sound levels are. If you're going to reduce the sound levels as they are in this ordinance, perhaps you keep the sound levels that are in the existing zoning ordinance. They get that little bump.
Right. I'm not suggesting that.
Okay.
I want to. I think we
That's
all.
not- Yeah, that's not what
and
he's.
I think what we all were was comfortable with the 65, because I didn't hear anybody yell and scream about that today. But I would like to see what the language looks like on grandfathering existing uses. And I guess to that point, what we talked about back in March, which is some language that says if there's a change in use, installation of new equipment, they have to comply, they lose their grandfathered status, and what grandfathering status means in that regard. So that's my motion. Is there a second to that?
I'll
motion?
second that motion.
What about the verify versus calibrate?
And to change the language of
Yep.
2024-08, 2, 3,
Three,
the measurement calibration language, it's on page 5 of the 2024-08, to have C read verify as opposed to calibrate.
I'll second it
Okay.
as you amended.
Sonny.
And it's 10203 dot
So
1 dot D dot 3 dot D, if you want to get to the right place, Andrew.
So I'd like to comment on that.
Or C, I'm sorry, not D. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think there may be, and this is the reason why I asked earlier. I'm sympathetic with the comment that was made. And certainly we don't want to drive out businesses, but I also do believe that's an extreme case where it gets grandfathered. I think there is, and I know, and I hate to say it, but I'm familiar with one Prologis building, which is Acreon, where there possibly was, I know there was an abatement method that would have probably been more helpful, but it was an issue of just cost. The feedback I was getting is, well, we don't have to do it, so we won't. I mean, so I feel that the middle ground could be.
That wasn't what they did.
I
They actually put sound mitigation.
know exactly what they did, Jim, because I had a discussion with them. Okay.
Yeah, they
So-
put the sound barrier.
I can tell you what they did. I don't want to get there right now. I just want to talk about it, but let me get back to you,
Oh,
because I want to finish my train of thought, and we can talk about that specific later. But I think that what I'm trying to get at is there can be, it's about cost, okay? But there can be noise abatement that can be put in that's not impossible to do. It may be another 20,000 or something to that effect. And all I'm saying is that you have to. I think that as long as there's a commercially reasonable solution to the abatement, it shouldn't be grandfathered. I think that's a reasonable request. If it's commercially reasonable, if there's a solution out there,
I'm not.
then let me finish, please. Then the residents, then the operation should be a good neighbor. Put that in, so that the gentleman that can't sleep at night because he's hearing that noise through the walls can go to bed. Because it is also about the quality of life of our residents. We need to find a middle ground, and it doesn't drive you out of business, as you stated. It just basically provides some abatement so that you can address the issue. So I'm not in favor of a complete grandfathering. I'm looking for some middle ground here.
Okay. Jim?
Well, you know how I feel. The part of me knows that the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to have code enforcement out at Acreon, and we're going to be in a fight. I, I can't comfortably move forward without protecting some of the businesses that are in the township. They have as much right as the residents do because they pay taxes as well. It's that development was like the first development in the township. It wasn't like when you built houses, you didn't know that was there.
I mean, and by the way, that's a half a mile away, right? So do you want to create a desert a half a mile away and say nobody should
Sonny,
move there? I mean, we're talking about things that are half a mile away.
We've talked about this.
We're talking about it now too, though.
I know.
Okay, but so it's not, there's one thing to say you should have known because it was right next door, but this is
I'm
not next
saying-
door.
Not saying you should have known because it was right next door. What I'm saying is they've been there that was the first, Kathy, was that the first? Yeah. So
That may be the case, but Kathy, we don't know if that use, I'm pretty sure that use got put in later. My understanding that this equipment was used for the lab and wasn't part of the operation and was put in afterwards.
Before we start diving down.
I would caution the board against adopting ordinances targeting
Yeah,
one
before
user.
we
It's
dive-
not intended to.
Hold on a
But
second.
it's
Hold on a second.
We're targeting it if we
Hold
do.
on a second.
Okay.
That's the first time in 8 months I've had to do that. I don't ever want to do it again. That's really makes me feel way too much. Sorry. We are getting down a rabbit hole about language that hasn't been drafted yet. I want to refocus us on the motion, which is to redraft the language of the ordinance with those two things in it. I don't want to talk about when an industrial development was put in. I don't want to talk about a specific use. I don't want to talk about a specific neighbor. I want to talk about the motion to amend the noise ordinance as suggested. And I'm going to move to public comment on the motion. We're not rehashing the issues of the noise ordinance. We're talking about the motion to amend the noise ordinance, and that's it. Does anybody have public comment regarding the new motion that we had a motion to write a motion on the table? Seeing none, I'm going to close question on this and we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend the zoning ordinance to amend the two ordinances such that they reflect that the measuring location will be at the originating source as opposed to the receiving source, that whatever number Jim said, but on page 5 that we're changing it from calibration to verification, and that we're adding a grandfather section, language to be determined by our solicitor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Opposed. Opposed. It's passed 2-1. The motion passes, and that's what we're going to do, and we're off of noise for the evening. We'll bring this back up on the October hearing with the new one, and we'll try to do this again one more time. I want to thank everybody who came to talk about this. I really don't like my stern voice. My wife was watching. She would laugh at me now, but she doesn't watch, so we don't have to worry about that. So we're going to move on to Section 8, resolutions. Resolution 2024-36, docket number 2048B, Mosser Road revised final land development plan, Cal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project actually is under construction. It's probably getting near completion of construction on Mosser Road. This development was originally approved all the way back in 2008, and they did come before the board and received a previous revised final plan approval in November of 2023. That plan proposed revisions to the sanitary sewer system. Again, that was approved. Since that time, they have applied for another revised final plan, which would proposes revisions to increase the impervious coverage to allow for future improvements on each of the individual lots. And they are larger lot sizes. This has been through the Planning Commission, which has recommended approval. And Dave, is there any engineering items you'd like to touch on?
Yeah, I have no major outstanding items. Most of them are just planned drafting items, some clarification issues. They are going through their, modification with their NPDS permit. They already have an NPDS permit in place. They have to get a modification because they did increase their impervious cover.
I'm going to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-36, granting revised final land development plan approval to docket number 2048B, the Mosser Road subdivision, conditioned upon the Township Engineer Review Letter dated August 29th, 2024. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion and second. We'll move to comments. Sonny?
Yeah, just to clarify, we're just talking about stormwater? That's it, right? Okay. That's all I have.
Jim?
You're good.
I see the developer here. Thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
coming. Appreciate it.
Yep.
You want to just do me a favor and don't call me sir anymore.
Okay.
Just very brief, because it looks like it looks like you're going to be okay. Just introduce yourself and say hello.
Andy Woods, I work for Hanover Engineering, represent K Builders. Yes, pretty much what Dave said. We are just increasing the impervious cover. What was there didn't accommodate what the lots and the owners of these lots are really need. So it's going to allow these people to have the impervious backyards that they would desire.
All right. Questions or concerns from the public on this resolution? Seeing none, I think we can call the question and move to a vote. So all those in favor of the motion to adopt Resolution 2024-36, granting revised final land development plan to docket number 2048B, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Thank you for coming. Congratulations. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you guys do.
We are moving to Resolution B 2024-37, docket number 2355, the Trans Edge Truck Centers 5344 Tillman Street Preliminary Land Development Plan. Cal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project proposes to expand and pretty much rebuild a lot of items on their site at 5344 Tillman Street. The Planning Commission recommended preliminary plan approval at its June 19th meeting. They also recommended approval of waiver request numbers 1A and 3. Recommended approval of waiver requests 1B and 2 as deferrals with conditions instead of the requested waivers. And they recommended denial of deferral request number 4. This has been processing through the system, and there are some outstanding engineering items which Dave can address. However, they're not major, and we do not anticipate any of the changes per the engineering and per the review letters that would result in anything substantial before a final plan.
Yeah, so this is just for preliminary approval. They're working through their outside agency approvals. They have their LVPC consistency approval. They are working through LCCD. They have their LCA will serve letter. They are currently submitted into PennDOT for their stormwater connection. I'll touch on the waivers quickly. So the waivers, so the Planning Commission kind of broke the first waiver out into two. The first part was for a waiver for curbing around the parking lot islands for allow tractor trailer turning movements within the parking lot. And that was actually a waiver. And then the deferral was for curbing along Oakview Drive and Tillman Street. So Tillman Street is a state road and Oakview Drive is a township road, but right now there's no really improvements that we foresee along Oakview Drive. So staff was in favor of both the deferral and the waiver.
So I'm sorry, is this just the curbing or the sidewalk?
This is for just curbing.
Okay, thank you.
Waiver number 2 is for the waiver for no sidewalk on Oakview Drive. The Planning Commission recommended that this would be a deferral and not a waiver, as Cal mentioned. And this is for sidewalk along Oakview. 3 was for the street tree spacing along Tillman Street. That was recommended for a waiver from the Planning Commission. And then, as Cal mentioned, the deferral was for sidewalk along Tillman Street. That was recommended to be denied, as they did show a sidewalk along Tillman Street on their plan itself. As far as engineering goes, anything in my letter, as Cal mentioned, I think everything can get worked out. There won't be any real major changes. So it's ready for your action.
Dave, just a clarification on any of these two sidewalks. Are they on the Vision Zero plan?
So, no, they are not.
Okay, they're
Oakview
not.
Drive nor Tillman Street, but they are providing one
On
Tillman
Tillman.
Street.
And then the Oakview is a deferral.
Oakview Drive, it was recommended for a deferral.
Okay, and there is residential.
Hold on, let's just put the motion on the table
Yeah.
before we do.
All right, okay.
I'll
All right,
make a
sorry.
motion to adopt resolution 2024-37, granting preliminary subdivision and land development plan approval to docket number 2355 Trans Edge Truck Centers, including approval of waiver requests 1A and 3, approval of waiver requests numbers 1B and 2 as deferrals with conditions, and denial of deferral request number 4, all conditioned upon the township engineer, township zoning review letters dated August 29th, 2024, and August 19, 2024, respectively.
I'll second that. Now, second.
Yeah, I was almost done, actually. Oakview has some residential property. Are they anywhere nearby this, you know?
There's a couple residential, but most of them are businesses.
Some
That's
business-
why
alright.
I think it was never identified in Vision Zero
Okay,
to have a sidewalk.
that's all I had. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And who do we have here tonight?
Kate Dursa from Fitzpatrick Benson Buba.
Don Peters, Bowler.
Hi, Kate. How are you?
How are you?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Comments or concerns based on what we've heard already?
No, I mean, we've vetted it with the planning commission quite a bit. We had gone to the zoning hearing board, got relief. The Trans Edge is wanting to make a significant investment in the property to improve it, improve logistics, and parking on the site as well. So they want to stay in Upper Macungie, and this will allow them to do that.
I think I remember that zoning hearing board hearing, as a matter of
I
fact.
think you do.
So with the motion that's on the table with approving waiver request 1A, 1 and 3, changing waiver request 1B and 2 is deferrals with conditions, and denying deferral request number 4, the applicant's satisfied with those conditions?
Yeah, we are fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure that we're not going to have an issue. So you agree with the planning commission, that recommendation to us, and you're ready to roll as soon as we approve it therefore?
Yeah, as long as those deferrals were with those conditions.
Yep.
Because that was our main concern with not wanting to have to design now, but be prepared in the event in the future there would be some need for that.
Right. And just being clear for everyone else, the conditions are that they're not, on a deferral, we're not requiring them to do additional engineering to know how much the deferral is going to cost today. It's deferred until we ask it to be done, and then we'll do the engineering costs at time of installation as opposed to today.
And just so that we're aware, the access that's provided for Tillman is further into the property because of where the right of way. It's just I didn't want it to be a misunderstanding that it was right along the roadway, because the right of way extends into the property.
Yeah, there's already an existing path in front of the long-term care facility that's several, it's significantly off of Tillman Street. So
Okay.
that would probably somehow connect to that existing.
And we're going to be able to address the zoning comments. There's one that wasn't addressed. It looks like more like a drafting issue to me than anything else, but
The one, if you're talking about number 3, we did talk to the zoning officer. That doesn't apply anymore. We did talk to him before.
I was talking about 2A, because I've got it on page 2, Kate, that it says comment not addressed with regard to 5-yard, the front building
Oh,
setbacks.
yeah, that's
Easily addressed, a
easily
drafting
addressed.
issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else, Sonny?
No.
Jim?
Okay.
Good.
Anything from the audience regarding Trans Edge's proposal here? Seeing none, we can move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt resolution 2024-37, granting preliminary subdivision and land development approval to docket 2355, including approval of waiver requests numbers 1A and 3, approval of waiver requests numbers 1B and 2 as deferrals with conditions, and denial of deferral request number 4, all conditioned upon the township engineering and the township zoning review letters dated August 29th, 2024 and August 19th, 2024, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Thank you for coming.
Thank
See
you
you
for
next time.
staying in UMT. Appreciate it.
Do you have any comments on the noise ordinance?
Oh, we don't want
I
to
was-
open up
I
that.
was tempted.
I'll bang the gavel on you, Kate. I will. We're to C, Resolution 2024-38, docket 2357, XPO Logistics Expansion, 7649 Penn Drive, final land development plan, Cal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. XPO Logistics is planning for a building expansion of about 19,810 square feet with an additional expansion of the existing parking area, stormwater infrastructure, and sidewalk improvements. The project is an existing legal nonconformity. The applicant did receive approval by the UMT Zoning Hearing Board in November of 2023 to expand the existing nonconforming truck terminal use greater than 50%. The BOS, you did previously grant preliminary land development plan approval along with 7 waivers at the June 6, 2024 meeting. And then the applicant revised the plans further, and the Planning Commission reviewed the final plan, which is before you today, at their July 17th meeting, and did recommend final plan approval. Dave, if you'd like to mention anything outstanding.
Sure. If you recall from the preliminary plan approval, the main kind of part of discussion was one of the waivers regarding the arborvitae row extension along their frontage. They have done that to the extent possible, as far as they could, to where their emergency access is going to be. Basically, they went as far as they could to where it's a pinch point, to where there's just not enough ground to physically put a tree in there. So they complied with that. Planning Commission has reviewed that, so they adjusted their plan accordingly. They have all of their outside agency reviews. Their plan is in really good shape. They have pretty much just some minor drafting things to take care of at this point, and it's ready for action for you guys.
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-38, granting final land development plan approval to docket 2357, the XPO Logistics expansion, conditioned upon the Township Engineer and Township Zoning Review letters dated August 29th, 2024, and August 19th, 2024, respectively. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Who do we have today?
Eric Schock.
Hey, Eric, how are you?
Pretty good yourself.
I'm doing fantastically. Thanks
Good.
for coming. Eric, do you have any questions, concerns, or comments regarding this?
No, not at all. As Dave mentioned, really no material change to the plan since you approved it as a preliminary plan, and we've just gotten further along with our outside agencies. So all good by us.
And there's nothing in the zoning review letter or the engineer letter that caused your client any concern?
Nope, not at this point.
Okay. Sonny?
Just one clarification. And I apologize. I just caught this now. I didn't catch it earlier. On number 3 waiver for, was it sidewalks that were, can you walk me through that one? It was on page, I know this, it's number 3.
That we already waived.
Oh, this is one that's already waived?
Yes.
Okay.
These have already been approved.
That was
Yeah.
waived.
All right, so the only change then that we're talking about was that one arborvitae?
Star Drive. So when we came before, we got all the waivers.
Yeah.
But there was a comment about, can't you do more on Star Drive? Because we had like green slats and some trees.
Sure.
Went back to the Planning Commission, got suggestions from them, and essentially came up to what Dave said, which is where you can physically fit something, and then stop where you can't, and at the emergency drive. So that was really, to us, the only thing.
Okay, that was it.
wasn't
All
there.
right. I appreciate the clarification because I thought I read something else into it, and I apologize. That's all I have.
Jim?
I'm good.
Any questions, comments, or concerns from the audience regarding the XPO Logistics? Seeing none, we can move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt Resolution 2024-38, granting final land development plan approval to docket 2357, the XPO Logistics expansion, conditioned upon the Township Engineer and Township Zoning Review letters dated August 29th, 2024, and August 19th, 2024, respectively, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Eric, thank you for coming.
Yep, thanks for your time. Good seeing you.
Sorry you had to sit through all that.
I don't think you did. I think Eric came in a little
Oh.
late.
It's all billable hours, right, Eric?
We're to D, Resolution 2024-39, the DCED Greenway Trails and Recreation Program Grant Application. Ryan?
Thank you. This is just a housekeeping measure. This was a previous resolution that was approved with a generic word grant. DCED asked us to update it to the specific name of the grant. No other changes.
I'm going to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-39, the DCED Greenway Trails and Recreation Program Grant Application for Phase 1 of the Grange Park Loop Trail at the request of DCED, listing the specific grant name for a recent grant application. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Sonny. Any questions regarding this 1 word to 6 change? Anybody have any questions about this? I'll note that the Grange Loop Trail is approximately 3.1 to 3.2 miles going around Grange Park. That will be a pathway that's walkable, runnable, and shaded trees around it, right? It's a huge improvement and an upgrade to Grange Park, and it's a great thing that we have a grant for it. So that's all I'll say. Seeing no more comments, we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve Resolution 2024-39, and I really don't want to read the rest of it, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That's granted. Thank you, Ryan. Resolution E has been removed from the docket.
F is. at the
And F
bottom
is
of
at the
that
bottom.
page.
So now we are on to F, Resolution 2024-40, streaming meeting guidelines. Bob?
41 or 40?
No, it's 40 is changed because we removed, and it'll get changed on.
Okay.
And also, that's not the current draft, Sonny.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just updating the resolution that was adopted a couple years ago, probably right around COVID, on the policy and the procedures for streaming board meetings. We currently take them down off the YouTube as soon as the minutes are passed on the following meeting. We're just proposing that, one, will, wherever possible, wherever the board meets, whether it's a fire company or somewhere, as long as we can get internet and we can get the equipment, we'll stream those meetings in addition to our monthly meetings, and that we will keep the videos up.
Okay. Anyone want to make that motion? I'll make it. Motion to approve Resolution 2024-40, updating the rules and procedures by which certain public meetings held by township shall be made available utilizing internet streaming service. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Jim. Questions or concerns, Sonny?
Yeah, because I just saw this today. I guess that's why I showed up. I guess my only question is here, is there any reason why we're not including planning commission, rec board, and
It
other
is.
workshop meetings? Or is it just board meetings, is what I heard you say?
At
This is for the
public
board
meeting
meetings.
locations,
The planning commission and the other boards and commissions would regulate their own rules on how they run meetings.
Oh.
The planning commission, the board had previously passed a motion a couple years ago requesting the PC to also stream their meetings, which they do,
and the rec board does too.
and they do as well.
Yeah, the rec board does, the PC does.
But they govern their own rules on whether or not they stream, and they both currently do.
I guess, why wouldn't we want to have them also stay on the YouTube platform? Why would we delete those as well?
That would be a request to them.
I can make that request to them if the board so desires.
Yeah, I just think we should be consistent. I don't see the rationale for having one policy
I thought
for
this
one and the
actually
others,
covered-
and different for the others, or have it all be up to them. I mean, I believe the board had made the request originally to have them stream. Why can't we just have that being consistent? So I mean,
That's a board
that would be
decision.
my preference, is to have it so that everybody, so a citizen wants to miss the meeting but wants to hear it, can go back and listen to it, and it doesn't have to be deleted.
Ask him.
We'd have to check their rules. I'm not certain if their rules specifically state, like the Board of Supervisors rules stated, that they shall be deleted. I'm not certain. If they don't say that, then they're.
Or they can
kept.
change their bylaw, change their rules.
Is it in the bylaws or rules now?
Right. So resolution,
know.
was it 2021 when they did it before? As I'm reading it backwards, stated that it's authorizing the streaming of public meetings. And it doesn't necessarily restrict it to the Board of Supervisors or planning or otherwise. Then saying the recorded meetings shall be deleted after 1 month. The way I'm reading this one is that it doesn't specify, it actually does. Revise its rules pertaining to streaming of certain public meetings of the Upper Macungie Township Board of Supervisors via the following. So can we regulate everybody with one, or can we only regulate ourselves?
My understanding that is that each board or commission regulates its own.
That's not, I
its
think,
own rules.
isn't the original resolution had everybody?
But it may have been not appropriate or
It might
proper.
not have been appropriately formatted.
So if we, the resolution before us now is about our meetings, and then we make a suggestion to the planning commission that we are storing them all. We would like to see you store them all.
And the
on
rec
YouTube,
board
and the
and
rec
the-
board and
all the
whoever
other-
else streams.
Yep.
Does this, by adopting this resolution, do we now remove that requirement from them? So they basically don't have, starting when, after this resolution is adopted, they don't have to adopt it. They don't have to do anything at all right now in terms of streaming, right? Because it seems like that requirement, it was more generic before, and now we're making it very specific. Just a question. I'm trying to understand what we're, what the
Those,
ramification of
those
this would.
boards and commissions are at the behest of the Board of Supervisors. So I think if Bob asks them to stream and keep it, they're going to stream. And
Yeah,
keep
that's
it.
and that's why I'm puzzled. I
So-
think we should. My thought was that we were going to have all of them listed in here, and that we're all going to do it because there are. At your point, they're already at the behest of us. So, I mean, that's my only issue. I'm confused.
Andrew, do you have 2021-49 available? That's the resolution from prior. All I have is the one that was sort of revised into 2024-40. But if we,
I'm just thinking the same wording should apply.
because the way the resolution is titled, it's certain public meetings of the Board of Supervisors. I'm curious if 2021-49 was phrased the same way so that it reads only to the Board of Supervisors.
It's worded the same way, Board of Supervisors.
So the title of the resolution is to stream certain meetings of the Board of Supervisors.
All right, so we're not changing anything. We can just request the other meetings to be.
That's how it was handled.
Okay, and I'm not, and I wasn't challenging. I was just trying to
No,
understand.
It's a fine point, Sonny.
Yeah.
Questions, concerns, comments? Come on up.
Hi, Mike Szynski, Russet Road. This is a great thing to have these meetings streamed. I've looked at many of these meetings and it's been very enlightening. The one thing though I do notice as I go through them is I can't see the presentations. When the presentations are made in these meetings, there's no way to really follow along in the meeting. So I don't know whether it's a technology issue or whatever, but if somehow we could get the presentations into that because it's a fixed screen, would be really helpful and an improvement to the overall streaming process.
I agree with you, and actually, I have noticed there's certain townships that do have that capability. I don't know if it's just our technology doesn't allow it, but it could be a great suggestion to enhance. If not,
okay,
I agree with you.
Thanks.
More importantly, Mike, do you live on Russet Road with one T or two?
It definitely has two T's.
Not all those signs on the street
No,
have
there's a
to have
couple of
two.
signs that are misspelled. Yes, but
I think we should make a big deal of that, Mike. What do you
yeah,
think?
maybe you should make a motion to change the spelling of the.
We'd have to make a motion to change
Yeah,
the signs.
yeah,
and I'm not doing
no
that
problem.
tonight. Thank you, Mike.
One thing, Mike, I know what you're saying, but in the meantime, the agendas.
Oh, the agendas are fine. I can go and
No,
get those
they are
agendas.
kept online, so you could check.
Yeah.
You'd have to kind of cross-reference between.
Yeah,
two
but
computer
I can
screens.
follow the agenda very well because I can pull the agenda up. But there's presentations that are made through, for instance, when we had the guy on the sounding meters and things, there were presentations being made and I just couldn't follow.
Okay.
So I can't make
And I
everything.
know what you mean. Even like with the bond analysis, I'm
Yeah,
sure there was
today the
stuff
guy
there.
was
You
presenting
guys
something.
didn't get the ability to see all those charts and whatnot.
That's something that we'll look into.
Okay,
It was up there, Sonny.
No, but he's saying when you watch on YouTube.
Oh,
you
no,
don't
not
get
on
it.
YouTube,
He's
but
talking about the.
you're
streaming.
right. You're right.
Yeah,
But,
no,
I
you're right.
mean,
Today we did have it.
It is up for the audience here.
Any other comments from the audience? You mean?
Yeah.
It'll start today because we can't undelete things that have been deleted.
So, I mean, the resolution, my point was the resolution only addressed the Board of Supervisors. It doesn't address the other two, but that'll be something.
It'll be permanent till we change our mind.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Any other comments or concerns? Seeing none, we can move to a vote. I've lost my agenda, so I don't know how to spell. All those in favor of the motion to approve Resolution 2024-40, updating the rules and procedures by which certain public meetings are held and made available for the Board of Supervisors, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Mazel tov. We are moving to motions awarding the refuse and recycling bid Exciting stuff now, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The current refuse and recycling contract, we were on an extension year. The current provider, Whitetail Disposal, has held their price now for about 4 years, Bruce, right? They held a very good price for us for 4 years, and it just wasn't feasible to carry them into next year. So we've rebid. We've got 4 bidders. The bid format was taking what the service model we have existing and just rebidding that. That was mostly done in an effort to hold down costs. The last couple of years, refuse and recycling has been very volatile in the valley. So we were trying to remain as economically as possible. Whitetail Disposal came in again at the lowest bid for a 3-year contract. Total contract value was $7,676,236.44. We felt they were the lowest bidder. They were the lowest responsible bidder, and we're recommending to continue with their service.
I make a motion to award the collection and disposal of municipal solid waste and recycling services contract to Whitetail Disposal LLC starting January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2027, with 3 optional extension years in the amount of $2,491,808.87 for year 2025, $2,553,979.10 for year 2026, and $2,630,448.47 for year 2027, totaling a grand total of $7,676,236.44.
Second that.
And they want their 44 cents.
And thank you for reading that, so I didn't have to. Motion's been made and seconded. Questions or concerns, Sonny?
Neither question or no concern, but just a comment. I think the township staff did a great job kind of holding down costs. I want to thank you for that. I mean, I know it's still like an 11% increase, but when you look at the rest of the townships in the area, as well as what they pay and as an absolute versus what we pay, we're far lower.
Mhm.
So I want to thank you for all your hard work. I know we took a lot of proactive steps. And I mean, I'm talking about staff.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
but
everyone.
I'm looking at you because you're right here. But I mean, I was kind of worried when I heard that we had to rebid. But when you think about what the prevailing costs are, I think we're in really good shape. So thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Jim?
I'm good.
I have a question for Bruce. We discussed this today. Can you give us an idea of what this means from a resident per resident basis? What their trash fees are going to go up to?
Well, I believe probably better to discuss that at our workshop budgets that are coming up in October. We're looking at the costs going from 291 to 323. Currently, we're at 350, I believe, for trash. We'll vet through that through the budget process, but I think if you look at all of the other municipalities out there, we're in very good position as far as what our cost is. We went from a 5-day work week for Paul to a 4-day. We got rid of almost all of the smaller recycling bins so that they could go to
Automated.
pickup. They need one guy in the truck, not 2 or 3.
Yep.
And I think it's worked well for both sides. We had some grumblings about the bins and stuff, but I think we're going to keep the rates pretty much the same where we are. Probably not a large increase. We may even smooth that out and keep the same rate for 3 years. We don't know. We'll
Yeah,
work on that.
if the board remembers, for this year's budget, we were afraid, Bruce mentioned, we maybe went up $30 or $40 on the unit cost. A year ago, we were thinking we were going up $100 or $150.
Yep.
So we did bump the residential fee up for 2024, which just holds a smaller, if maybe non-existent price increase in 2025.
Okay.
So we'll be looking at it a lot closer.
Yeah,
during the budget.
I remember that too. We bumped it up in anticipation of a bigger increase. Hopefully
it
we
wasn't
can
a
we
big-
can cushion this now because of that.
So I think the residents are going to be in really good shape.
Yeah, that's what I hope. Okay.
All right. Answers my
I do. I'd just like to note. I know Paul's here. He's been through everything today, but I did remember, I believe you do collect City of Easton, correct? You just collect their trash. You don't dispose of it. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. But I think that cost was higher than what you proposed here for us for our first year.
Yes, they pay their dump.
Yeah. So just to kind of put it into perspective, what we've gotten from Whitetail, we've got a very good price.
So even
Thank
though,
you, Paul.
even though it's going up a little bit, we're still in good shape. It's
Yeah.
not going to be some of these unit costs and some of these bids were going up almost double by the end of 2027. We're nowhere near that.
Yeah, Paul, I mean, thank you for the partnership. I love it when we can work together and try to keep the cost down by looking for ways to reduce cost on your end, and I think we did a great job there. Can you coming up to the mic if you want?
Yeah, we very much appreciate the partnership and the cooperation and the communication that we've been able to develop over the last 3-4 years allowed us to be aggressive with that bid. And I think really benefited both us and the residents of Upper Macungie. So I very much appreciate your business. And as I said before, we will do a good job for you.
Oh, no, you definitely have already.
Just
So thank you.
Do me a quick
Yep.
favor for the millions watching at home. Just identify yourself for us.
Oh, my name's Paul Brady. I'm with Whitetail Disposal.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns from the gathered masses?
Just a comment, Whitetail does a great job.
Yep.
All right.
Concur.
Seeing that, we'll call question and move to a vote. Thank you, Paul. All those in favor of the motion to award the collection and disposal of municipal solid waste and recycling services contract to Whitehall Disposal pursuant to the motion and the amounts made by motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And it passes. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the work on staff getting that together. Unless you have comments on the noise ordinance, Paul. We're to motion B, awarding the bids for the construction of the community center. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are the remaining bids. There's actually about 3 sections here. The first is to award bids that were left over from the initial bid package back in July. The bid package required prices be held for 60 days, at which point they're no longer good. So we're asking the board for these certain contracts to go ahead and proceed with the award.
This is one where I have to read all of them for the motion. right?
Unfortunately, you do. There's
You
not as
want me to
many as
do it?
last month.
I'll
though.
do it for you.
Oh, look at you, Jim. Thank you.
Motion, I make a motion to award bids for the construction of the community center as follows. The packages are labeled PC 6 through 24. I'll read them as follows. PC 06, miscellaneous metals, Ebbinger Ironworks, Inc., in the amount of $426,200. PC 12, doors, frames, and hardware, to Builders Door and Hardware, Inc., in the amount of $353,885. PC 13 is Overhead Doors, which is Overhead Door Company of Allentown for $133,250. PC 14, Painting and Wall Coverings, GC Zarnis and Company, Inc., for $266,550. PC 15, Interior Architectural Casework, to American Millwork and Cabinetry, Inc., for $483,569. PC 16, Ceramic Tile, to Sean Byrne Construction. Did I pronounce that correctly? $170,690. PC 18 is Floorings to Metro Design Center for $1,384,000 even. PC 20 Wood Plank Flooring to Miller Sports Construction for $301,278. PC 21 is Athletic Equipment and Bleachers to Miller Sports Construction for $1,775,249. And PC 24 is Food Service Equipment to Clark 11400 Inc. in the amount of $99,500 for a grand total of $5,394,171.
I'll second that. And Thank you again, Jim, for reading that. So I didn't.
You're welcome.
Questions or concerns, Sonny?
No, nothing different than my questions and concerns from July.
Okay. Jim?
I'm good.
All right.
I believe this is all within what we talked about budget-wise, so.
Okay, and I want to use the opportunity then to showcase our staff a little bit. Ryan and I had a nice conversation today, and I want to ask a couple of pointed questions to Ryan to try to figure out if, with Sonny's original concerns and some of the conversation that happened last month, Ryan, you've had about 34 days since our August meeting. That's about right, actually. It's pretty good math. Quick. To continue to do some investigation. So one of the concerns I know that we were talking about originally was making sure that our operating plan or our rough operating plan is going to create a net neutral or a net positive budget for this. So generally speaking, you have some report on what you found out or what you've sort of proposed or what you think you can manage for the center through this? Just a big general question, and we'll follow up later.
General draft of looking at a business plan. We are 2 years out, so there's definitely still a lot of variables. But in terms of them looking at from last month was number one, looking at that membership sticker value that we saw in August. That seemed to be a little hard to swallow from a lot of our residents. And I think looking at comparable municipally run community centers, every single one of them has a membership structure. There's not one out there that I've found that does not have a membership structure for first and foremost. But looking at where we can drive the revenue for this with our partners and the programming capabilities of a 200,000 square foot community center, I think there's a way to bring that number down. Obviously, again, that was a feasibility study, not a hard number. And by bringing that number down, we can also incentivize the membership process. Just to keep in mind, we do have a resident and non-resident fee structure for a lot of the park amenities already, pavilions, field rentals, so forth. There looks to be potential to add a tier that a community center resident membership may be even a lower price point than what our current, say a resident pavilion may be. So kind of going to a more tiered structure with benefits for that membership. For example, earlier registrations, exclusive events, things like that incentivize that membership, but also valuing the fact that the initial numbers might have been a little high for residents. Also, by bringing that number down, Ballard King did look at, for example, family memberships. Their number was 600, but they were only anticipating 500 family memberships total, 550 actually. I think there's a way with that number we can project a little bit higher total number of family memberships as an example. Also, with our various partners, looking at the programming and rental side of things, we are definitely looking at 0 to 100 programming. I know we've touted a lot our partnerships with our current programs, things like Little Athletes or Mighty Kicks, or just recently we had a robotics camp right here in this room for township residents. The ability of this community center allows us to take that programming from what may be 3 or 4 months outside to 12 months. So now you're looking at potentially 8 different 6-week sessions throughout a year, plus holiday camps and other opportunities that are out there. Cycling back to LVHN, we've had very long conversations with them beyond sports performance. So just to rattle off real quick, a couple of the lifestyle fitness programs that are out there and possible. Be Balanced for individuals needing balance and gait work. Get Up and Go for individuals with Parkinson's or MS. A Rock Steady program through LVHN. Joint programs, cardiopulmonary fitness, weight management, prenatal yoga, are all kinds of things we've discussed with our partners at LVHN. In addition, the Parkland Library. With the Parkland Library and initial conversations we've had, a lot of their programs must be free. So this is an opportunity to balance out that revenue model with other programs for other incentives that are free or lower cost. And lastly, just looking at the Silver Sneakers or Renew Active programs, where it's a reimbursement system. So the initial charge to a resident senior citizen residents come in is lower, but there's a reimbursement program making sure that our facilities and amenities are in line with what we need to be a site for those programs.
So basically what you've done is taken a little bit more in-depth look. Again, it's a 22-month construction process. So we're not guaranteeing a class size for Mighty Kicks on August 12th, 2027 at this point. But your research is showing you that, yes, we can offer a net neutral or budget positive operating budget for the center.
I'm confident in that. I think that has also helped with a lot of the groundwork we're laying with our current partners to have these discussions about this building coming in 22 to 24 months. We're not having conversations about what next year is going to look like, what the future brings for all those partners as well.
And you think you can do that even with a reduced membership rate based on the Ballard King presumption of 600? You don't think that's what we're going to land on?
I think we can. I am confident in that.
Okay.
With a lower membership number.
And when you said 0 to 100, we're not talking miles per hour. We're talking ages of people interested in coming to this building, right? And so we're going to be having programming that's not specifically sports focused. We're going to be having programs that are focused on everybody, not just the people with young families, but also people whose families have aged slightly.
Exactly.
Okay. Help answer some of your concerns.
I think it helps a little bit, but as I mentioned to you in the past, I was concerned both on the revenue side as also on the expense side. And I'm not, so I want this to be successful, and my concern is spending $46 million and committing to it without having really granular, having a lot of information on that. For example, I think 30,000 for capital. I'm pretty sure we spend that much just on the splash park. So
that was one in particular I did look into, and I did talk with our public works department for 2024. As far as repairs and maintenance, we are at about 8,900 for the splash pad.
Okay.
A lot of these other ones that I've researched, I am going to use a keyword, that several of them do have pools, and that is the majority of their expenses and repair and maintenance items, large tickets. For example, Bethlehem Township, for theirs, I just talked to Zach this morning, chemical cost at 30,000 is one line item.
Sure.
So I understand the amenity, but I understand the expenses that come with it. I did take a look at various, like I said, 7 different municipal run community centers, and I looked at their 2024 budget numbers, and I think we are very comparable and in a strong point with the expenses that are being projected.
Are they at the same size as?
Several are. Some are smaller, some are larger. Dairy Township being one that's just about slightly over 100,000. But I'm also seeing in some of these budget numbers where there's transfers from a general fund, and that's something we are solely trying to avoid.
Right. Well, so that's my point. That's what I want to avoid. So I appreciate all the work that you did, Ryan, and I know you were kind of put into this like trial by fire a little bit, right? But I still would like to see something in writing with like a cash flow statement so I can show, like I can understand. And cash flow to me would be also really great so we can see when we break even. I mean, just a rough envelope, back of envelope, we're looking at 1.3 million in expenses. I think was what is it, 1.8 just in the bond service fee and only 1.4 in revenue. We're going to be drawing from general fund. So, and that's my concern and why I'm a little hesitant to proceed with all of these expenses until we have it in black and white on a piece of paper that we could thumb through. That's really what I'm looking for.
Right.
Thank you for all the work you did.
All right. So any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, I think we can move to a vote. All those in favor, I don't have to read them all again, do I?
No,
All
I
those
don't
in favor of the motion to award bids for the construction of the community center as read by Jim, so capably and ably, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Name, and this is just purely symbolic, I know, but I'm still have those concerns.
Consistency is key, Sonny.
Yes,
You're
I'm going to be
nothing
consistent
but
today.
consistent. Before we run off of the topic of the community center, just a quick announcement in case you haven't known. We are having a groundbreaking ceremony for the community center. It'll be September 12th. That's 1 week from tomorrow. No,
Today.
1 week from today. Next week's Friday the 13th, which is frightening. 1 week from today at 11 o'clock at Grange Park, the site of the location for the community center, which sort of makes sense. Ryan, we got a big, nice event scheduled for that.
Yes, we've been working with the community fund. We have some quick groundbreaking ceremony, but it's really going to be well done, and appreciate our founding partners and all the work that Scott and his public works team and Alvin H. Butts and Harold Cope Architects have done as well to really get this in motion.
Excellent.
I'm
Thank
told
you.
there's going to be a rock painting station there. Is that
Rock
true?
painting station. That
We're
sounds
painting rocks?
super
There
exciting.
Okay, that sounds pretty exciting, yeah.
Mhm.
So
Is that
do you have them in your own
commemorating
paint?
all the rock that you pulled out of there, Scotty, or what?
that's the rocks we're painting. So September 12th at 11 o'clock, everyone's invited to celebrate what should be a really the start of something really special. Moving on to the negative
Rejection.
of the community center. I got it. Motion C, the rejection of bids for the construction of community center. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This PC05, the structural steel, most of the material that was in that package was also in the structural timber package.
So we bought it twice.
Yes, it was kind of a belt
Yeah.
and suspenders approach to the bid. So Butts is recommending that we just reject PC05 and that any additional steel would be well under the 131,000, and we could do a change
Change order.
order in PC04.
I'll make a motion to reject bid PC05 from Structural Steel from Soak Brothers Inc. in the amount of $131,510.
I'll second that.
Questions or concerns?
No questions.
Sounds like we're potentially saving $131,000 before
Maybe.
we even start, which is a great place to be. Anyone from the audience have concern, questions, or comment about that? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to reject bid PC05 from Soak Brothers in the amount of $131,510 signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Excellent.
Thank you.
And now that we're on a rejecting mood, motion D, motion to reject and rebidding bids for the community center. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the bids that we're asking to reject and rebid is for the turf. We think we found, I guess we would say, a better product than when we originally spec'd it. We think the price will come in the same or relatively close. We're not expecting a huge difference in cost. It's mostly just to get a better product. In addition to that, I don't believe there were any bids for the ADA lift, Eric, or lockers. So we're asking to either rebid them or we're going to look at state purchasing contracts to possibly.
So are we doing anything with the turf tonight? Because it's not part of the motion.
It should have been in there.
There's nothing with the turf.
Doesn't say what the bid number is.
Yeah, what, we're gonna rebid the turf and it's what?
That's PC 19.
Yeah, it's PC 19, artificial turf.
All right, I'll
Hold
make,
on. You know what? There's something missing off the agenda. I had another issue briefing to go with it. Stick with this. Just stick with this motion.
okay. I'll make a motion to reject and rebid the following bids and acknowledge that no bids were received for PC 23, ADA lift, and PC 22 lockers, and authorizing the rebid of these packages and/or to use the Pennsylvania Cooperative Purchasing Contracts to complete the work.
I'll second the motion. Do we want to make it PC 17 and PC 19? That's what the briefing package is on: polished concrete and artificial turf.
That's where Jasmine got things mixed up.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to have a motion
Just to rebid?
to add a motion. Just follow what this motion says.
I'm glad Paul's
So
laughing
let's
first.
finish this one.
Well, yeah, let's do this one first.
Okay, so the motion is to reject and rebid. You read it as it's reading it, right?
I did. I
Okay.
read it right as it was.
And I've seconded that motion. Is there a comment or concern regarding that motion, Sonny?
I'm confused, but it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Well, it matters, but I think there's going to be adding some stuff to it.
Yeah, I know.
as
I'm
we
fine.
go.
You're going to go ahead because
I'll give you my issue briefing to read for the new motion. But
Okay.
just take care of it. This one's correct.
Okay, so
Okay.
the motion was the motions made, we're not actually rejecting any bids. We're just rebidding PC 23 and PC 22.
I think you're rejecting and rebidding, right?
What?
Well, there's no bid for PC 23 and 22.
Okay, that's why
So
I'm
we're
confused.
just authorizing the
No,
rebid.
there
or
was
what?
a bid for the ADA lift. I thought there was. Okay. We're just,
All we're doing is, the motion is actually to rebid PC 23 and PC 22 and authorize the rebid of the packages and/or use Pennsylvania cooperative purchasing contracts to complete the work.
correct.
No rejection in this motion.
No, just acknowledge.
So to the extent necessary, I'd like to amend Jim's motion to be a motion to rebid with no mention of rejection.
Fine.
I'll take the fine as a second.
Second.
Um,
Sorry.
Anybody have any comments or concerns about rebidding projects that we didn't get any numbers on? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to rebid PC 23 for the ADA lift and PC 22 for lockers and authorizing the rebid of these packages and/or to use Pennsylvania cooperative purchasing contracts to complete the work, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sonny?
No, just for some kind of consistency.
Was that an aye?
No,
No, it's a no. It's 2-1.
Oh,
That
no.
passes.
it's again symbolic, but go ahead.
It's okay.
We need to make
While
a
we're
motion.
on the topic of the community center, let's
Let
do
him-
this. What?
Oh.
Tell me what you need me to do.
I need you to make a motion to add a motion to reject and rebid. Here, I'll just,
Concrete.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
you have
Okay.
it?
I have yeah, it's in the packet. That's why I asked about that one.
So go ahead
So I'm
and,
going to make a motion to add a motion to the agenda. The motion item to be added to the agenda will be to reject and rebid PC 17 for polished concrete that was previously provided by Advanced Polished Systems Novacrete, total $82,395, and to reject and rebid PC 19 artificial turf by Sprint Turf for $633,175.
I'll second it.
Okay. So this is just a motion to add the motion to the agenda. God, this is great. Anybody have any concerns or questions about a motion to add a motion to the agenda? Don't laugh at me. All right, seeing none, we can move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to add a motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Nay. All right, so we have a motion on the agenda now, which we will call
Like-
motion, motion E, it's motion O, which would be a motion to reject and rebid the following bids: PC 17 polished concrete from Advanced Polished Systems Novacrete in the amount of $82,395, and to reject and rebid PC 19 artificial turf from Sprint Turf in the amount of $633,175. I'm making that motion. Is there a second to that?
I'll
motion?
second it
All right.
This is just to bid it
This is to reject the bids that we've received and
and
rebid.
rebid
and
it.
rebid it. Okay.
Okay.
Just to get the bid.
So Bob, on the motion. You've already sort of,
I've kind of prepped it, but we just feel, again, with the Sprint Turf, we're going to get a different product. And with the polished concrete, the bid wasn't completely accurate. They missed some sections, basically wayfinding lines in the floor, kind of like at the hospital. If you want to go to this room, you
Yep.
follow the green or the yellow. So we're just asking to rebid it and make sure that the bidder is clear on the specification and the scope of work.
Okay. So this is just a bid. All right.
questions, concerns, Sonny or Jim?
No, sir.
Anybody from the audience on, this is the actual motion to rebid? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to reject and rebid PC 17 and PC 19, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. That passes. Thank you, Bob.
All right, thank you.
And I guess, Cal, just making sure that's motion O. Okay.
So Sunny did not oppose? He ayed?
I did the bid. Yes, I approved it.
He
Oh,
approved, he approved it going out to
We
bid.
didn't pay, since it wasn't a commitment, it was
Okay.
just a bid. I
Just
We're
checking.
good. We are to motion E, authorizing the township manager to sign a letter of engagement with Eckert Siemens for bond counsel. Bob.
This is Jamie from PFM alluded to earlier that should the board decide to go out for a bond, there's a lot of preliminary work that needs to be done prior to that. In talking with our neighbor to the south of us, Lower Macungie, they're currently using Eckert Siemens. The township here also uses Eckert Siemens as special labor counsel, so we have a good working relationship with them. Andrew checked around, and until they know the exact amount for what the bond might be worth, they can't really provide an exact price. The attorneys there felt pretty comfortable with our circumstances. It would probably be around $30,000. So I'm just asking for the board's permission. You kind of gave it to me last month, but just to be a little more clear about it, we look to Eckert Siemens to be the bond counsel, and it's probably going to be around 30,000.
I make a motion authorizing the township manager to sign a letter of engagement with Eckert Siemens to provide bond counsel for the UMT township.
I'll second that. The the fee agreement, Bob, that you're asked to sign, we're not committing any dollars to it until they actually do any work, right?
Correct.
There's no retainer required?
No.
And so we've agreed to hire them as counsel with no agreement as of yet as to what the actual precise cost will be.
What you're authorizing me to do is to go ahead and get that agreement with the actual cost.
Right. And this is one of those things we have to get started with
Yes.
before we do anything.
Like one of the
else.
things I could tell them to get started with, I will tell them to get started with, is the reimbursement resolution.
Okay.
At least get that language put together.
I had some questions.
Go ahead.
I understand, and this is sometimes difficult to get more than one quote. Like my procurement hat says, get more than one quote. Do we have some idea? I'm just trying to. I don't know what 30,000 is buying me. So some idea of how much work would be. We're not just one agreement. It's going to be the entire effort.
We know what their
Help me
hourly
understand it.
rate is, right?
That's for their labor council, which is going to be similar. The exact hours, I don't know, Sonny, because they're going into it. What's our finances like? They don't know yet. So they don't know if it's going to take 100 hours to get a rating or if we can do it in 50 hours. Once again, they even need to know how much we'd be looking to basically take on in bond debt. That would also depend on the amount of time they take. Andrew had checked around and he said that he felt, excuse me, that $30,000 was probably on the low end compared to some of his other clients.
I don't know.
The one thing I want to be aware of, we're talking about tax-free bonds for the community center, but we're also talking about maybe charging a fee on certain things.
A fee for what?
Rental of the turf field, let's say.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
You need a balance between how much general fund money, how much tax-free money goes into what percentage of the building. So we're hiring tax attorneys along with a bond counsel. So it is somewhat complicated.
Okay. No, I just was trying to, before I vote on something, I want to make sure.
Years ago, they used to go off a percentage.
Yeah.
And some of those percentages, even if they say 2%, but 2% on $20 million
Yeah, sure.
is big. So Eckert Siemens went to more of it's not 100% a flat fee, but it will be pretty much here is the cost.
I'll make sure you work up hard so we get our money's worth.
Yeah, they've been
only kidding. I'm joking.
No, but honestly, Sonny, and that's one thing I feel comfortable working with Eckert Siemens.
Yeah.
We get that on the labor side.
Okay. All right. No, I understand. And sometimes relationships are helpful too. So I just want to understand. Thank you.
No, fair.
Questions or concerns from you, Jim?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience? Bruce?
Just to say that the bond counsel provides the opinion that the bonds are tax exempt, so it's important to have bond counsel.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, if you've ever met,
Among other duties they do, but
if you've ever met bond counsel, these are the true nerds. These are the ones you got to hire someone that really know what they're doing. And it's not, someone asked me to do it, I would run, not walk, run away. So we get what we pay for. You got to find the right people to do it.
Appreciate your input. Thank you.
No other questions or concerns. We move for the vote. All those in favor of authorizing the township manager to sign a letter of engagement with Eckert Siemens to provide bond counsel, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. We can move forward. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Motion F, awarding bid for third-party inspection services. Cal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The township has a number of staff in the Community Development Department that handles permit applications, approximately 4 full-time employees. We receive about 1,400 permit applications per year, and that requires about 100 to 200 inspections per week, every week of the year. The review of the permit applications, of the plans, is all done by third-party code officials. And then the inspections are also all done by third-party code officials. Up to this point, for the past couple of years, we've had 2 appointed inspectors. It's Barry Isett and Associates and Key Codes Inspection Agency. The professional service agreement for both of those has run through its course. There were multiple extensions, and those have just expired. So the township went and did a request for proposals for professional services, and we did receive 4 responses. The reviewed by the permit staff who does the day-to-day work with these items, and the top 3 firms were brought in for a detailed interview. We did speak with Barry Isett and Associates, Key Codes Inspection Agency, and also Base Engineering. Base previously had been an appointed third-party inspector multiple years ago, I think just prior to me arriving at the township. And all township staff were unanimous in, all of those involved in the interviews were unanimous in suggesting that we reappoint Barry Isett, Key Codes, and that we also add Base Engineering as a third-party inspector. All of these agencies provided their fee schedules, which are all in line with what we're used to these past few years. All of these fees are passed through to the residents. So the township actually has no costs related to these. These are all pass-through costs. So we would definitely recommend that Barry Isett, Key Codes, and Base be appointed as third-party code inspection agencies for the township, and that for the township staff and consultants to draft and execute PSAs with each of these agencies. Obviously, the PSAs will be reviewed by myself, by the township manager, and by the township solicitor.
Thank you, Cal. I'll make a motion to appoint Barry Isett and Associates, Key Code Inspection Agency, and Base Engineering as third-party code inspection agencies for the township, and for township staff and consultants to draft and execute a PSA, professional service agreement, with each agency. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Jim. Questions, comments, or concerns? Sonny?
All right, so were these all, was Barry Isett the low bidder? I wasn't clear on that.
Well, there's really no bidder, right? So it's not a price that they are going to provide services for. This is a professional service, and the fees that they charge for the permits, they provided fee schedules. Each of them provided fee schedules, and they were all similar to each other. Those fees are then passed on to the
Right.
business or the resident who applies for the permit.
Yeah, so I get the fact that it won't be a direct cost to the township, but for the residents that have to get the work done, I mean, if there's an increase, then they're gonna have to take how much of an increase do you anticipate? Or do you think it'll be the same as where we are today?
There'll be very minor increases, just 1 or 2% increases, and that's typical for each year. Each year, our fee schedule is adjusted, and we may look at our fee schedule this year for what gets adopted in January, and the township may choose not to increase its fee schedule next year.
But it won't be a major increase.
No, absolutely.
That was really where I was driving.
Absolutely not.
I'm good then. Thank you.
Jim?
I'm good.
Nothing from me. Anybody in the audience want to talk about third-party inspections? Seeing them, we can move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to appoint Barry Isett, Associates, Key Code Inspection Agency, and Base Engineering as third-party code inspection agencies, and for township staff and consultants to draft professional service agreements with each agency, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Cal.
Thank you.
I suggest that you don't have to reread the motion, if that's okay with you, to
Sure.
keep it rolling.
Motion G, authorizing staff to prepare and advertise RFP for engineering. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes along with just what we've been doing the last few months, the latest being the inspection services. We never had a formal RFP for engineering services. This is not any disparaging, any implication or anything that we're dissatisfied with the services of Keystone Consulting Engineer. This is more of a housekeeping item. As a municipal government, this is something we should be doing on a periodic basis. So we're just asking the board's permission to go out with the RFP for engineering services.
I make a motion to authorize staff to prepare and advertise an RFP for engineering services.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. questions or concerns or comments? Dave?
You're not allowed to answer.
Just kidding.
I plead the fifth.
That's a tough break. Anyone in the audience have questions or concerns about bidding out our engineering services? Seeing none, we can move to vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes. Thank you.
See what night easier.
Much easier. I'll use that in the future. H and I have been removed from the agenda. We are on to motion J, authorizing the township manager to sign a professional service agreement with Alloy 5, evaluating future township facilities. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, staff is asking for this proposal from Alloy 5. I've been talking with the chief over the past few months with the expansion of the police department through staffing, and frankly, just the amount of gear our officers got to carry, the fact that we have more female officers on the force. He's starting to be faced with some constraints physically in that building. There's current discussions on what the future of fire services may look like in Upper Macungie. So to kind of get a grip on what we might be facing in the next few years, 3 to 5 years, I feel more comfortable seeing a study done to kind of evaluate what our needs are now and what our future needs might be. We have money left over from, I'll call it the COVID money, the American Recovery Act. So we're requesting that Alloy 5 be awarded this proposal for $33,000 to study our facilities.
I'll make a motion authorizing the township manager to sign a proposal from Alloy 5 Architecture to evaluate the current and future needs of the township's public facilities in the amount of $33,000 plus reimbursables.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Questions or concerns? They can evaluate this building as well?
Yes, they
Part of
are.
that?
Yeah, and Public Works.
Okay. So it's
Actually, Mike Metzger and Howard Colt are here from Alloy 5.
how's it going?
Still here hanging in there. Appreciate it. What do we know what reimbursables are going to amount to?
That would be copies, renderings, that type of thing. And that depends on how much we want to look at.
All right. Well, and no disrespect to Howard, especially since you're holding that Penn State mug. But I'm just curious, did you get it? We get any additional quotes, or are we just?
We originally started talking with Dewey Engineering.
Yeah.
Actually, Lower Macungie was starting with them also. Similar price, but they've kind of handed off to Alloy 5. So I'm confident this number's right in the
Okay.
ballpark.
All right.
And we have a previously fairly decent working relationship with these gentlemen.
Yes, they've worked on a little project for us right now.
And they're not spending any more money for us than we need to. Anybody else have any concerns about these two guys sitting in the front?
And we're just talking related to this, right?
No, it's open for
Oh, it's open for everything. Oh,
Seeing them, we can move to vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for sticking around, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Passes. Thank you, Bob. Motion K, authorizing the minimal municipal obligation for pension plans. Looks like Michelle has decided to escape.
The Act 205 every year provides that the governing board of the township make a motion to accept the minimum municipal obligation for the next year's pension costs. And I'll read the motion. Motion to approve the 2025 minimum municipal obligations of the township's two uniform pension plans and one uniform plan totaling $698,049 for the non-uniform defined benefit plan, $39,814 for the non-uniform defined contribution plan, and $919,420 for the uniform plan.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2025 MMO obligations of the township's two non-uniform pension plans and one uniform plan totaling $698,049 for the non-uniform defined benefit plan, $39,814 for the non-uniformed defined contribution plan, and $919,428 for the uniform plan.
I'll second that. concerns or questions, Jim?
So
Tommy?
I'm sure we're still working through this, but how does this look with respect to the budget?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How do these numbers look relative to our budget for next year? I know you're still working through the budget, but you're
We'll work
ballpark.
them in. Also, we do get state aid to offset these costs, which last year was about $623,000. So I suspect we'll probably be at that number or higher.
Okay, thank you.
Paul?
Just a question on the minimum funding. So if you do the minimum funding that's required every year, are you actually funding your full pension obligation, or are you kicking the can down the road?
No, this is actuarial calculated. Again, it's just based on a number out there at year end that could be higher or lower. So both plans next year are underfunded. The DC plan has no funding mechanism. It's a defined contribution, but the two DB plans are right now underfunded, but still not from the state end being seriously underfunded.
So at any point, do we have to catch up and fund those in full?
It's not a requirement by the state for us to do that.
When
But
we
this
came
past
over,
year, we did
Bruce,
pay in.
when we
more-
came over from Berks Regional, we were 100%
Yes.
funded.
Yeah,
So we've lost
when
ground.
police came over in 2012.
Right.
The township assumed all the liabilities of the plan, and they were fully funded at the time. In fact, until this year, or until 2025, they were in a positive mode.
So we went negative now, because
Yes.
that's surprising to me that we're under.
By how much are we underfunded?
I don't have the actuarial numbers with me.
Could you provide it to us at
Yeah.
your convenience? Okay. I'm surprised
No,
because
wait,
the
I'm
market's
sorry.
been doing pretty well. Well, until just the last month, I guess.
We've been making it up.
I do have it. I'm sorry. It's 200 for the police plan. It's $243,630.
Underfunded.
Yeah.
Bruce, we were setting money aside to catch up on some of that, though, correct?
Yeah, we did put in $250,000 this year into the non-uniform plan. We plan to do that over the next 3 years yet.
So there is a component of the 900 grand that matches that 243,000. It's item E.
Correct.
So are we paying the underfunded in the 919?
I'm sorry, Jim, I couldn't hear that.
So there, item E in your 2025 UMT MMO workup page, there's item E for $243,630. So are we funding that underfunding with that 919,428 payment?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so we're even. With this payment, we're even.
Quite possibly. Yeah, I mean, again, next year.
But we're staying even is what
Based on this calculation.
Okay.
For that date.
there. PMRS is flaky, Paul, at the end of the day, but. No. It was always my understanding that we're trying to stay even 100%. This was news that we were, but we
That's a
are.
good question, Paul.
But
Thank you for asking it.
yeah, and I think what Bruce is trying to say, Paul, is that basically an officer we think is going to retire from the force and is included in that calculation quits and leaves. And he's not going to collect the pension they thought he was going to collect. That's why Bruce means these numbers move all the time. But we are keeping up.
My only main question was, it's never going to be exact. I understand. It's good to hear that we're just keeping even with our obligations. So in 15 years in the future, we don't have some huge deficit that we have to overcome.
That is correct.
In our non-uniform plan, we froze the defined benefit plan. There are people that are still participants in it. However, we drew a line in the sand, and anyone hired after 1/1/22 is now in a defined contribution plan, which is right now 7% of your gross wage. So that's a fixed number. You put that in, you fund it. It doesn't change.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, I will move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion?
Did you have one?
Yeah, using the word minimum is confusing. So
Well, that's just what they call it.
It's the
That's
label.
not us.
Yeah.
It's a
That-
state.
It's a state. That's what they call this payment. We didn't pick the name.
Every municipality in the state has to file this by September 30th.
I agree with what Paul's saying. I don't want to be saddled with a bill 15 years.
Right.
And we aren't.
You want to make sure that we're not doing the minimum payment on a credit card as opposed
Yeah,
to
we're
the
not.
minimum
Yeah,
maintenance
we're not.
required.
Yeah.
And we're following the rules. It's just the minimum.
We're paying exactly what the state wants us to pay. However, like I just said, we put 250,000 in more for the non-uniform plan.
Right.
And that's for our peace of mind, not the state's.
So we're paying more than the minimum, but it's called a minimum. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what the worksheet
Yeah,
is.
well,
That's what we're authorizing.
Yeah. Okay.
Everything else comes through the budget process, and that's a whole different.
And we've always done that. That's why when he said we're under, I was shocked. That's why I interrupted
No worries.
Jeff and
And like I said, there was $623,000 that we received from the state as aid for pension, and we'll probably receive the same or higher. We'll know better in October.
So I'll make the motion to approve. Actually, I don't need to make.
I think
a
you already
motion.
made the motion.
Motion's been made. It's been seconded. We've had conversation that I'm going to say is done. All those in favor of approving the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Thank you, Bruce.
You're welcome.
Motion L, authorizing alcoholic beverage sales. Now we're talking at Board of Supervisors. No, I'm sorry, Township sponsored events. Ryan.
So this is just per the rules and policies as we plan out the remainder of the year for our township sponsored events, which right now would be your trunk or treat, your Barktoberfest, and your kids' New Year's Eve event. We want to engage with businesses who are capable of selling alcoholic beverages, not the township getting a liquor license or anything like that, to provide that amenity at these events. For example, we've had discussions with McCall's Collective Brewing, which is an Upper Macungie Township business, who would be bringing their service out with their insurance, their rules with the liquor control board for the state, their mechanisms for 21 and over, all that kind of stuff that they would be in charge of at our events.
okay, so I have a little bit of an issue with the blanket bring alcohol. I wouldn't want alcohol to the kids.
Okay.
I don't mind to the adult, but when we're doing just the kids
Well, yeah, I was going to raise that question too, but is it kids and the parents? Is there a way to control how that?
in the past, they would bring it to us on an event basis,
Yeah.
and then we get to run that.
Right, this one's just for these three. This motion's just
Mhm.
for
That's
Oktoberfest,
not-
trunk or treat, or New Year's Eve.
Yeah, so it's not a blanket
I
for
know,
everything, but it's
even
just.
the New Year's Eve is. I mean, that's gonna be kids. I don't know that I want alcohol at New Year's Eve with.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's put the motion out there, and then we'll go from there.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
make a motion to authorize sales of alcoholic beverages at specified township events to include Barktoberfest, trunk or treat, or New Year's Eve. God, that's tough. New Year's Eve. Is there a second so we can consider it? Nobody's willing to second.
I'm not gonna second.
Okay.
And
I'm not willing to second it without open for a discussion, but I don't.
And this motion doesn't actually tie it to these three.
Well, I've made it to tie to those.
I know,
three.
I know. That's
That's why I did it that way.
okay.
So that we can have the discussion on these three and not as a blanket.
Well,
Can we just have a discuss? I mean, I know can break
okay.
Robert's
Hold
rule.
on, hold on. I'll second his motion, and
Yeah, if we don't vote
let's-
for it, we don't vote
let's
for it.
pull off. I mean, even trunk or treat. I don't.
So can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ryan, with Barktoberfest, we're engaging mostly adults in history, or I don't know.
So all of these events have elements for a wide range of the public to be there. This is something that we've looked at what other townships do, and it is a added element to events that is not unique to Upper Macungie Township that we feel will increase attendance at these township run events.
Okay.
For example, if you look at like Grub at the Grange Food Truck Festival and Concert, that was, yes, it was adults, but there were families, there were kids at these events. We would ensure working with these vendors that I understand the concerns about families being there in the presence of, say, alcohol, but each vendor would have certain insurance requirements that are state level requirements that we would ensure proper and safe.
Well,
sales.
there's no way we're doing this without Andrew.
Okay.
That's the other thing that we would definitely need to have Andrew review, and we always have had Andrew review the agreements for the proper insurances and everything else, liability wise. But I mean, I could see Bartow, a lot of trucks coming in there, but
Your concern is that we're making kids events into
yeah,
nightclubs.
That in the past we were kind of sensitive about that, and not this board, but previous boards, and maybe this, Sonny, you feel that way as well, and I kind of support that. And that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like to have a drink or two. That's not the point. I don't know what you guys think.
I'd like to ask some questions, but I didn't want to
Go ahead.
answer. Okay, so in we've had some of these events in the past. Have we had
Yeah, we have.
alcohol then?
Yes.
We have had it in all these 3 events? Is any of them new?
No,
These
he
events, I'm
doesn't
not
know
aware
whether
of
we've had
the
alcohol.
past, what has been at these events in particular.
Yeah, we
The only
didn't.
one I've been
no.
around for is Grub of the Grange. If it has not been
Yeah,
at those events in the past, it was something that Emily and I had looked at other townships and wanted to bring to these events, but wanted to follow the proper process to do so.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can tell you. Did Barktoberfest have alcohol?
None of them did.
I don't think so.
That's what. So this is
None
new.
of-
This
none
would
of
be
these 3
interesting.
had it in the past.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is not.
new.
This is new to us. So
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Jim. Can't believe I'm saying that, but I have to agree with you that someone.
well, we
sit down here,
found
something.
common ground.
Yeah, we
so.
found something here, but I think for kids events, I'm a little concerned about having alcohol as well. It's just don't think that's for family type events is one thing. I mean, Sangria Fest, I get it. It's that's the theme, but for some of the other ones, I'm not sure it's something that we should do.
And trunk or treat. What locations are these at?
So Barktoberfest is at Grange Park, Trunk or Treat is at Lone Lane, and Kids New Year's Eve was at Grange Park.
Yeah, and
So we moved Barktoberfest out of 100, the park over at 100.
In understanding the size of the event, my understanding of last year's event, even with inclement weather, there was 500 plus individuals. Emily has been doing a fantastic job in terms of vendor outreach.
So we moved it to
elements,
Grange.
Canine demonstration, things like that. Plus, my understanding, going through some old records, there were some traffic concerns with Route 100 Park with the size of the event.
Yeah. I guess the other thing would make me feel a little bit better if we understood how they were going to control the liquor, and
Sure.
with
So-
Sangria Fest they do a really good job.
And
Okay.
so, like in McCall's, would be similar to the vendors, like Arts Quest or anywhere else where they have certified staff that's there checking IDs, going through that process, and notifying. It's ramp certification is what it's called. All of those requirements is with the business. We're not taking on something we're not familiar with.
I think what the board has to consider is, while it is primarily a kids event, there's also adults there. So what kind of image do you want to present, I guess?
I don't know about you, but every year trick or treat at my house is much more of a drinking event for the adults walking
Oh
up
yeah,
and
well,
down
me
the street.
too. But that doesn't mean.
Yeah, I
I
mean-
just.
I think that's my biggest issue is how you're controlling it, and
Well-
like if it's controlled in a manner where there is no issues, then maybe. But I mean, I guess it's new too that we're changing. What is it? Do other communities have similar events?
They do.
They have like a bar, and they have alcohol there.
They do. I can tell you the place I left before I came here. This was the discussion we were having for fall events to add to it.
But did they actually go through it, or did they just?
I left and came here.
Okay, so
I don't
there's no
know-
history
I don't know
though.
where they ended
And,
up.
and knowing where you came from, they probably didn't decide anything ever.
I can't speak to that.
So we need to amend, no matter what we do, that the agreements go through Andrew and
I
get
think that's,
checked by staff.
yeah, this is no different from approving an alcohol sale for Sangria Fest, that all that has to go through
Well,
staff
it's
anyway.
usually put in the motion.
Did you?
There's nothing
And,
in this motion. It's
just
just, we're approving,
rate-
if you
rating this
read,
for-
hold on, if you read the motion as written there, we're approving alcoholic beverages at township sponsored events,
Yeah,
period.
it sounds pretty blanket,
That's,
doesn't it?
that's what that emotion,
Well,
that motion is. It
yeah,
has nothing in there about these three events or.
The motion
making
as I
sure-
made it is specific to these three events. Not
And,
as the
but
one
I'm
written here.
saying, I understand that.
And you want to,
But we want to make sure that we add that it
Yeah, yeah.
goes through Andrew as well to the
Okay.
motion.
so you'd want to be
That the-
comfortable with it, the motion would read, motion to authorize sales of alcoholic beverages at Barktoberfest, Trunk or
No matter what we agree, let's pick which one of these, if we're going to do all three or not. let's come
I'm not
back.
making the motion. I'm just,
Okay.
I'm sounding it out. So you'd want the motion to be authorized sale of alcoholic beverages at Oktoberfest, Trunk or Treat, New Year's Eve, dependent upon review of any vendor agreements, certifications, and compliance with state laws by township staff and township solicitor.
Yeah.
And
Insurance.
yeah, basically
Okay.
what 4 of the briefing packet says, build that into the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
If we all can agree that we'll do it for these three, I just think that's,
In my opinion, I think you can advertise these as family-friendly events, and it just happens to be that there are alcohol sales there. We're not emphasizing the alcohol sales. We're not advertising McCall's Presents Trunk or Treat, although if they want to pay us enough money to $25 million, we'll do it. But that it's an event that this is just an added feature, and we can try it and see if it generates more interest and generates more people coming to township events.
We-
And if not, we move on to
we haven't
something
had
else.
issues at Sangria Fest. And when we did the Christmas thing, there was alcohol there last year. Was it Christmas? No, Winterfest. We had alcohol at Winterfest.
I'm unsure, but I know we haven't had any issues.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And and Pete, Mike, you feel safe and secure that police is able to monitor these events, and we're not having increased risk of DUI or drunken disorderlies or whatever they actually
Right.
call
As
it.
long as I feel as long as they're being monitored by their staff, not to overserve, and being
Can I
able
have
to
a ride home?
identify- You sure can in the back.
Nice. Thank you.
How do we
Bob.
make that motion? I'm going to make a motion to make a
Oh,
motion.
thanks.
now.
But we haven't had any issues at any township.
And if I could just add, I will forward along, and I do apologize, it wasn't with the packet. I do have McCall's plan and insurance that they gave us when we engaged in initial conversation. So I'll make sure I get forward along to all three of you tomorrow.
So what I'd like to do then, I'd like to amend my motion to read as follows. I'd like to make a motion to authorize sale of alcoholic beverages at Barktoberfest on October 5th, 2024, Trunk or Treat on October 18th, 2024, and New Year's Eve on December 31st, 2024, conditioned upon all vendors being approved by township staff and the township solicitor, any contracts and proper certificates of insurance being presented and approved by township staff and the township solicitor, and confirmation that all state, federal, local, municipal laws will be filed regarding the sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any additional conversation on the motion as amended? Any of you guys too?
Can I call somebody out? What do you think, Kath? This. Yeah.
I don't know, because we do have alcohol sales, like you said, at the Sangria Fest, and as far as I know, we've never had any kind of problem.
Okay. All right.
I think I got a little bit comfortable when you said we haven't had any problems, because I was a little nervous, but we have had sales in the past. We have a lot of them, but as long as it's under control. I guess the only thing I'd like to add is there some sort of, also some, we review the plan. I mean, you've already reviewed it. You're saying you're comfortable with the plan and how they're controlling it? All right.
No, he has that in already.
Okay.
He
that-
added that in his motion.
All right. I don't have any other additional questions.
So we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, sorry that took so long. It
No, it's
shouldn't have-
okay. I
yeah.
can say it's a new topic and something we want to make sure we do correctly and
Yeah, sorry
for the
about that.
benefit of everyone.
Motion M, authorizing the township manager to enter into an agreement between the Upper Macungie Township Police Department and the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This motion would be to enter into an agreement with the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General to allow some of our officers to participate in investigations that may end up outside of the township. This basically allows for the Office of the Attorney General to reimburse for any overtime that would be incurred.
I'll make a motion to enter into an agreement with the PA Office of Attorney General to allow selected officers to participate in investigations.
I'll second that. Questions or concerns, Sonny?
Yeah, my only question was, I was reading the briefing paper. It looks like this impact on finances, there's a negative balance.
That is
Help
just
explain.
how the money, or it's carried, but that's reimbursed overtime. So I'm not really sure why it's listed as that, but that's money given back.
Oh, so it's like a credit instead of a disbursement.
Yeah, so it's money that goes out and then comes in. It's much like
Okay.
that covers any if officers provide security services at businesses for a variety of reasons, safety concerns. We pay them and then we get reimbursed by the
Okay,
business.
so that number is the amount that's waiting for being reimbursed then, or has it been reimbursed? Do
That's
we know?
just- well, that's on the.
I mean, sometimes we never know how much that is going to be. So, that may be over what was anticipated in the budget. However, it's still
It's going to come back.
It still comes back.
All right, I didn't understand. I was just curious. All right, that's the only question I had.
Jim?
I'm good.
Anyone from the audience? Seeing none, we can move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion regarding the Police Department Attorney General's office, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sonny?
I'm sorry, yeah,
Passes 3-0. Thank you, Mike. Motion N, authorizing fire police assistance. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have three requests for fire police in front of you this evening. One is for on October 5th, the annual motorcycle ride event for Corey and Kimberly's Ride continues. Topton Halloween Parade on October 12th, and the Emmaus Halloween Parade on October 9th. They have a rain date of October 20th.
19th, right? 19th, not the 9th.
19th, sorry.
I'll make a motion to authorize the UMT Fire Police to assist with traffic control along Route 100 on October 5th, 2024 for an annual motorcycle event. Corey and Kimberly's Ride continues. The Topton Halloween Parade to be held on October 12th, 2024 on behalf of the Borough of Topton, and the Emmaus Halloween Parade to be held on October 19th with a rain date of October 20th, 2024 at the request of the Emmaus Police Department.
I'll second that. Questions or concerns? Sonny?
No.
Jim?
No, sir.
Anybody from the capable audience? Seeing none, we can move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Excellent. We are to 10, board and staff reports. The monthly department reports are available in the back of the room and have been posted on the township website. Are there any department managers who have anything specific they'd like to add?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh.
I'd like to announce an executive session was held earlier this evening at 5:45 p.m. The topics discussed were legal matters and personnel.
Thank you. Fire department?
Just want to remind everybody that next Friday evening, September 13th, for the Movies in the Park, in combination with our local fire departments, sort of heads off the beginning of fire prevention and emergency preparedness month.
Which park is that in?
That is at Grange.
Grange.
Thank you, Pete. Mike, anything else?
No, sir.
Jeff?
No, Jeff.
Thank you. Anyone else up here?
Yeah, just so the Grange Road roundabout, that should be fully open by next Wednesday. So hopefully that'll be all done and you can use it, and let me know what you think. I-78, they will be starting reconstruction work from Berks County line to Adams Road. They're doing some resurfacing work. JD Ekman got that contract. They probably started already if you didn't see them out there. They will be doing eastbound to start, We're looking to hopefully finish eastbound this year, and then they'll start westbound next year, finishing in the end of 2025.
Could I go back to the first one? I don't want to interrupt you. So, I mean, I had some, and I think we may have all had some folks reach out to us about the roundabout. Is there going to be any pedestrian markings or something that just?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's what you saw me taking a picture.
I know. I saw you, and I figured I was surprised you weren't going to ask, but you may have already asked, so
Oh.
I didn't get a chance to do so. And I'm sorry, the I-78. What location was that?
It's from the Berks County line to basically essentially like Adams Road area.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Kathy?
Does that include the Keck Road Bridge? Are they including that in that?
It's not any bridge work, so I think it's just like they're gonna reconstruct some concrete patching and then mill and overlays.
Because I know they were anticipating doing that as a separate project, but I didn't know if that.
I don't believe that's included with this.
Scott? That's surprising, Scott. Bruce?
I offered this to Scotty, but he said, no, I should say it. The township will sponsor a shredding event on this Saturday from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock at Grange Road Park. We'll be open for 2 hours for shredding.
Are we going to have alcoholic beverages there?
Yes.
It wasn't authorized. We didn't
I'll have to
authorize
call
that.
the insurance company.
Now, that could
we
be a
will.
little dangerous. Alcohol in a shredder in the same place.
And how loud will the shredder be? Anything else, Ryan?
Just some notes on upcoming Parks and Recreation events. We still have a lot of our fall programs that are in session. We mentioned the groundbreaking ceremony next Thursday at Grange Park at 11 a.m. Next Saturday is pretty busy for the Township Parks and Rec Department as we have our Luck of the Draw pickleball tournament, a Miller Keystone blood drive here at the Township building outside with their mobile blood drive unit. And then we also have a Curiosity Cube public tour. It's a mobile science lab with experiments and volunteers that will be at the movie night and then staying at Grange Park for the next day for an open public session. The public's in the park. It's a nice day. Come check it out. And then we get into our fall events with Barktoberfest, Trunk or Treat, and the rescheduled National Night Out event. The comprehensive park rec and open space plan is underway. The public survey has been online and live on our website. We've built out a whole page.
Can you announce the National Night Out date so it gets?
The National Night Out rescheduled date is Sunday, October 20th. The public survey for the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Plan.
What's the time, Ryan, do you for the National Night Out?
I was told 2 to 6 p.m. 2 to 6.
National Afternoon Out. Sorry.
With that public survey for the Park, Rec, Open Space Plan, instead is on the website. We built out a page under Parks and Rec. To date, we've had over close to 370 responses so far, according to our consultants. So that survey will remain open for some time till about early May. Simone Collins, as our consultant, did come to the Park and Recreation Board meeting on the 15th to give their initial presentation, also on the website. And Simone Collins is scheduled to come to the next Planning Commission meeting and here to the Board of Supervisors in October to present on the plan as well. And lastly, our fall winter 2024-2025 newsletter is scheduled to be out by the end of September to households.
And a week from Monday, you can make your own garden gnomes in this building, right?
Yes, there is a community art class about making your own garden gnomes right here at the Township building. Go on Rec Desk and sign up. We got plenty of space.
Nice.
No, thank you.
Make one looks like Jim. Anybody else with department reports?
I'm sorry, since I've been here like for 5 hours or 6, I'm not as bright or sharp as I should have been. I had one more question for you, Dave. I know there some residents were concerned about folks going into Sheets and then ending up on trying to enter from Ruppsville Road and then having to hit the do not enter sign. Where do we stand on that? I know you were talking to Sheets. Is there any update on that?
So we've reached out to Sheets. They were opposed to changing the driveway to an entrance only instead of an exit, just because of their flow and their traffic concerns. So we reached out to PennDOT to see if they would let us put some advanced signage or wayfinding signage on Trexlertown Road. They absolutely said they will not approve signage in their right of way for a gas station or a wayfinding sign, which is interesting because I feel like they have them elsewhere.
Yeah, right.
So we feel we just put a request in the sheets that we can put some in the township right away on Rupsville Road, kind of facing northbound for southbound traffic, and see if they can put anything on their main sheets. Main sheet sign right in the middle on their monument sign there to see if they can add anything to kind of direct people to the signal.
So you haven't, that was my real question, that last piece. So you haven't heard anything back yet?
No, we just reached out.
Okay.
I think Tuesday of this week.
All right.
So
Okay.
we haven't heard anything back from Sheets yet.
All right. Thank you.
That's all. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, no public comment?
I think,
Oh, it's not all.
and it's also the supervisor comments too. So.
He's killing me. Public comment. Well, supervisor's comments are last. Public comment. Anybody have any concerns? Mike? Oh, well, come on up.
I mean, you didn't stick around here all this time just to.
I apologize that I almost ignored you.
Yeah. So last time I was here was 2013. Kathy was here at that time as a supervisor. And we had a discussion about the Russet Park. It was called K-Brook Park at that particular time. And I was president of the swim club, and I was at that particular time. And we had offered to work with the township to purchase that. And there was a whole debate, a couple of meetings, and basically you can go back and read the minutes from the meeting. But in 2013, the township promised to put in playground equipment, new playground equipment, 2013. That's what, 11 years ago. We still haven't gotten the equipment yet. Okay. Second thing is that we've talked about this for numerous times. Okay. I was at the Park Recreation Board. They said, oh yeah, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Okay. I met with Cal last week and he said, oh, it'll be in by the end of September. I don't see it on any of the agenda items here for the upcoming work. There's nothing here. It's just a completion of the rain garden, which I think we'll all talk about too at this particular point. But so the question is what the hell is going on with the playground equipment? And why is it taking so long? And why haven't you fulfilled what you said in 2013?
Ryan can talk to her. I can talk. The equipment's been ordered.
Yep. So actually, we are on site tomorrow afternoon with the installation company for their pre-site visit. We have 2 visits with them. The first one is the pre-site to make sure we've done all the site prep that we need to do. And the company is stated for a mid to late September delivery and installation. So we are doing what we need to do with the installation company. I think we're over there at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Well, we've heard things before. Seeing will be believing here.
Skepticism is earned. That's okay.
So why since 2013? Why does it take so long?
I didn't know about it till probably a year ago when it came up. And then went through the Park and Rec Board and they went through the motions and the board approved the budget to purchase the equipment.
So yeah, please go back, look at the records, just a little bit of background for you guys being all new supervisors. Kathy probably remembers the discussions we had here in regard to this. Second,
I know there was a problem with how to get it conveyed from you guys to us. I remember there was a big issue with that.
yeah, so just a little bit of background. In 1971, Jandal Turkey Farms conveyed that property to 2 entities. One is the swim club and one is the community association. 2 separate parcels, 2 separate, and so the swim club, over the years built up and now, gosh, it's the finest swim club in the land. Okay, it's fantastic. wait list of 6 years at that swim club at this particular point. Fantastic business and fantastic recreation for the township. The homeowners association was struggling. It was all volunteer dues, and people had to pay $25 a year out of the, and so they did that for 30, 40 years. And overall, they had a hard time maintaining the park, and they were just keeping up with the equipment, and the playground equipment was old at that particular point. And so the pool said, well, we'll help the community out and we'll take it over. But there were people that were against having a private entity own that public land. And if you go back to the deed, Andrew will remember this too, that it was conveyed that if the homeowners association or the community association dissolved, it would transfer over to the township. And so we decided at that particular point in 2013 that yes, the township will take it over and they will update the playground equipment at that particular point. And there was a lot of discussions about it because, there were rumors of, oh, the township will use it as a dumping ground for salt or whatever else, and to rally up the community. And then I remember one meeting, Andrew actually told us, hey, look, you got to read the deed. The deed says that that land is only supposed to be used for recreation, fitness, swim clubs, not a retention pond, not a rain garden. Okay. So I don't think the township is following what is in the deed to put in a detention pond, rain garden, whatever you're going to call it at this particular point. So legally, I think you guys have a problem there. Okay. I don't know if you've looked into this.
I've been a resident of Russet Road, right out from the park, for over 50 years. My name is Rich Houck. I've, been here about 50 years, as I said. That rain garden, to me, is a disaster waiting to happen. I've talked to several people at the township level, and they say, oh, it's the Department of Environmental Protection because of a silt problem in Cedar Creek. Well, yeah, this might be part of the headwaters of the Cedar Creek, but this was a 2.5 acre open area that had some playground equipment. We appreciate that the township will put in new playground equipment, but for the life of me, I have no idea why we have this rain garden or rain feature. You took 2.5 acres of land that was open for multiple soccer fields. We used to have a softball field there that went by the wayside. But, if you look, I looked at it today. It's a disaster waiting to happen.
How did it go back through DEP that we ended up having to put a rain garden there?
That's part of our MS4 permit that we had to come up with PRP plans, and they assigned a TMDL, total maximum daily load on the.
I think one of the shortcomings from the township was the lack of communication with the residents, the immediate residents. We got a survey on playground equipment. What color did we want? That came out in email, but there was not a single word that I can find or that I heard that said the township was moving forward with this plan. And I think that shows a huge lack of communication to the residents of Green Hills,
right,
especially that upper area.
It also shows a complete lack of disrespect.
Yeah.
Well,
Ever since the township took the park over, they've been taking equipment away from the kids. About 2 years ago, I came in here with a presentation.
yeah, you brought it up.
Yeah, that very clearly showed that Russet Road Park was not maintained to the same level that other township parks
That's
were.
when we ordered the equipment.
Yes.
That's right. That
Yes,
you.
absolutely.
Yeah, that's when we
what
ordered the
prompted that.
equipment.
Yes, and since then there has been an improvement in maintenance.
Mhm.
So I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
But what was a really, to the residents is this summer, you took out the swing sets, which was the last piece of equipment in that park. And there's nothing there. There's no place for a kid to play today in that park.
We have to take it out, put that pond in, and that is
Right.
what we put back up when we play down.
Right. Well, why couldn't the park wait till next year?
It's
It's really poor organizational sequencing.
One of my other
Well, our MS4, is there a due date on the permit?
June 30th, 2026. And we're using the COVID money to finance it. We need all that under contract by the end of this year.
Well, if you would have followed through in 2013 and did what you said you were going to do,
I
it wouldn't
can't
have been a
speak to
problem
two-
right now.
Mike, I can't speak to 2013. I do remember now when Paul came, that he did, I'll give Paul credit, gave the impetus to like really move forward and give some attention to that park.
And we do appreciate that there is.
And we ordered, at that time, we ordered the equipment.
One of my concerns is mosquitoes. Now, I've been told that this facility is supposed to drain within 72 hours after a head. I doubt it.
Paul, we can't do anything about the rain gardens.
Well, I can offer my opinions on that because, you can work with your MS4 and identify different BMPs.
We did all that.
And, the fact that you stuck it in a public recreational facility is a real, showing disregard to the residents and taxpayers of the township.
Actually, Paul, I don't think it is. And I'll tell you why.
Well,
Because
respectfully, Bob, the people who live on Russet Road and the people who use that park, and as citizens and taxpayers, respectfully, I think we all disagree with that.
you may, but there's limited options in what we could do there. Because it had to be
Moved it downstream.
to whose property?
Yeah, but wait a second.
But that's the
Doesn't
thing.
even make sense.
We could have,
Because that pipe goes into another retention pond. So what are you putting a retention pond to
That's not,
protect a retention pond?
no, it didn't work that way. Keystone Engineering looked at it, Tech Engineering looked at it. Personally, I don't care if it's on YouTube forever. I think it's a stupid rule. I think it's over-regulation. I think they're making us take out silt that doesn't exist. All that doesn't matter.
Well,
We had
right
a
now,
limit.
we've been taking pictures of it every day.
Okay,
It
and
does not drain.
it's not finished yet either.
Yes,
They're
it is.
working.
Yes,
they're-
it is.
Mike, I told you we're going to do screening around it to try and help
Yeah.
address some of your concerns. Scott has more trees to plant in the park this fall. It's still a work in progress.
Okay, but how is it going to drain? Yes, there is. No, Scott. We can show you pictures of it right now. It hasn't rained in several days. You guys had, every time you guys were down there building this thing, every morning you came in and you had to pump the thing down. If you would have had, you didn't have any public opinion, does the township have to follow the same rules that any other developer has to follow?
Bob, let me ask you, I'm Jim Pasako.
Yep.
Right behind her. What testing was done on that soil to make sure it will?
Tech did the soil samples, or might have even been back when Ben did it, when he came up with the plan.
They would, we didn't do any when we did the proposal.
I don't think that.
oh, stop.
We're starting to run into
I
this
couldn't
and
hear
that
him.
and that and this at the same time. And we're trying to, it's regardless of it being late, trying to give everybody the respect of the comment they deserve. But there's a couple things that I don't want to have happen. One is crosstalk because it makes it impossible to follow anything.
Yeah, I
And
couldn't
the other
hear.
is also be careful about tone. I mean, it's late and we're all a little bit grumpy. We've all missed a football game or whatever. But the purpose of public comment is not, we're not going to have accusations. If there's an issue with it draining, and I understand that if you take photos today, and Scott said something today, and there might be a disagreement, let's try to keep it as civil as we can, just to make sure that your point's coming across in its best possible fashion. And to the extent that a response is available, we get, the people on this side get the opportunity to respond appropriately.
Yeah.
So I got lost a little bit. So let's take a step back. the contention, it seems uniformly from the dais is that, or from the lectern, this is the dais, that's the lectern, that it's not draining appropriately on a daily basis right now. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is that Bob or Scott or somebody, is that something that we can investigate?
I'll look at it tomorrow, but there's no hose out there working behind it. There's no
Okay.
hose.
So if Scott and Public Works can go out to tomorrow and check, if there's a hose there, it probably needs to be removed, and if it's not there, okay, so the hose is gone, and it was finished today, right?
Yeah.
So saying that it drained yesterday, it didn't drain yesterday is not necessarily reflective of whether it.
There's water in it every day.
Okay.
I think it's a 24-inch storm pipe that comes into there. Every day by dinner time, it's submerged in water.
Okay.
Every single day.
So
So what, are there engineered plans on the design of that?
Mhm.
structure?
Yes.
I would assume there would be.
I came out 15 days ago and filled out a right to know form asking for a set of copy of the plans, either email or paper. Nobody's ever got me anything.
Jasmine. We can find out, but I can get you that copy.
I've called Cal a couple times, he won't
Did-
return phone calls.
No, sir, there's a response to you from the right to know officer with an extension.
With an extension.
Well, that's.
I'm sorry, the right to know officer had a family emergency and had to leave the city.
And I'll tell you, having filed several right to knows, the extension happens. Let me,
Doing inspections, make sure it's being constructed properly.
And tech would be the final.
Because, can I just show you something? Just as an example, can I borrow that water bottle? So where your storm pipe comes through Green Hills, so Green Hills is probably 50 to 100 acres. All that is emptying into our backyards now, at the park. So there is a 24-inch pipe. Right here, this area, all the way up to the top of the pipe is filled with water. Where you put the amended soils is about 25 feet further. And the bottom of the amended soils is even with the top of that pipe or higher. So this water is never, until we get a massive storm, it's not gonna go uphill to absorb into the field. This pipe right here is 2 feet high or 2 feet lower than the bottom of the amended soil basin. It's not designed properly. It's not gonna work.
well, or it's not executed properly. One of the,
This
and
whole thing is a bowl. This whole thing is a bowl.
listen, I think we
Today, this evening, it's filled up to the top with water.
understood, and I think we've established that I am a lawyer, not an engineer.
Does,
No,
I
but-
just blew off.
Pardon me?
I just blew off.
Correct.
Okay.
And is there going to be any kind of bars going across that pipe?
Because, I had wall in there, and that pipe is replaced here. That was like this pipe,
That pipe is being replaced.
just that, yeah, pipe coming out this side, like this.
Like how far is that being replaced?
Up to, I believe it's concrete. Connecting up. We take the old steel pipe out, put it back.
All the way to the street, to the
No,
catch.
no, it don't go that far, the concrete pipe with the Y up there, where it connects.
Okay, I'm just surprised you're doing it because all that is topsoil graded and seeded today.
Yeah, I know, I don't know why you did that.
Yeah,
It's not real far, right?
But every day for the last month, water is sitting in there, every day.
Okay.
I mean, there are 18 inches of water. I mean, and kids, small kids are out there playing. Where do they gather? In the evening when workers are gone? They're over there looking. Hey, they're throwing rocks in the water. Kids
Yeah.
gonna drown in there. Kids gonna fall in there on the rocks. I mean, the potential liability for the township.
Yeah.
It's wide open. I mean.
The one thing okay, we get that, Jim. We'll take a look at it. We have to get signed off on whether it's done correctly or not.
Did the conservation district make you put that there in Greenville Park? I mean, was that mandatory? Is it up from Macungie Township, you must put it in this park?
No, but
It's
we,
by choice. Probably the smallest pocket park in the township.
So if you.
but it can't be outside of the Little Cedar drainage area.
But it was, so basically DEP made you put it there.
In that
Or you
drainage
selected
basin.
to put it there.
It's a double edge. Listen,
Believe me.
here's the example, Jim. I think I met with your brother when you did Wrestler Acres over on Wrestler Drive. That is the BMP location from hell. We did everything we could to try and make the stormwater work. We're kind of in the same situation. I'm sure you didn't want to put pervious driveways in those homes, but you didn't have a choice. Did DEP tell you you needed to have a pervious driveway in those homes? Not specifically. You just had to make the numbers work. You know, I'll admit, you could have put something on Facebook or on the website, but going back to 2018, those TMDLs and those PRP plans were discussed. We had special public meetings. It was brought up at the Board of Supervisors meetings. It was discussed over the years in public at the location where they would be. Yes, it took years. We had COVID. DEP wouldn't answer us for a year and a half. We needed to do revisions to the plan, and it had to go back to DEP.
It just doesn't seem like it was above board with our community. You know?
Yeah.
It's like you slowly came in and like took out all the equipment and you had no intention of putting it back until
Yes.
we came in as a community.
No,
And
it-
no, we came in as a community and fought for that to come back, and then you're gonna put it back. But
No, when Paul came in with the pictures, we had a problem. We had to remove that equipment. It was that bad. That's why it got removed before there was anything ready to go in place.
But at that time, you also knew probably you were putting this in there.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, I
About-
think as a community, we should, you know, some kind of communication. with
So you-
March 19, 2018, we started the process. It was in the morning call. It's been at the Board of Supervisor meetings about 2 or 3 times.
So we looked for.
I am very concerned about the soils not being able to absorb the water. I've spoken to some of the employees as they've been working there, and it was a Monday morning after the weekend, 8 days of no rain, and the entire bottom of that was filled with water.
Mhm.
Granted, the amendment soils are gonna get, because, yeah, I think there's a spring right here. Well, I've lived there for 35 years. That whole section, part of where you put this rain garden, they don't even mow it until probably July because it's so wet. It's constantly wet, okay? We walk across the park to the pool and almost until August and have muddy feet because the ground is wet. So there probably are springs there. I don't think this is a good place to put a rain garden. I think a rain garden is gonna turn into a pond. I really do.
Can I just say something? I mean, I'm hearing you, and a lot of it is becoming repetitive, and it's kind of late, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But, you know, in order to move forward, maybe can you give us the opportunity to go back and look at the design and the implementation and?
Well, yeah, we have to because NTEC has to sign off that it was
Yeah.
built as designed and will work as designed.
Yeah. So, I mean, give us that opportunity and then, I mean, I hear what you're saying and I'm sympathetic, trust me. But given the late hour and we're hearing the same thing, let's get an opportunity to go back and look at it. And then, and you can come back next month and hopefully maybe, you think next month we'll have an update?
We can try.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, or we can let them know if we're not so that.
Or we can let them know ahead of time.
Yeah. Can we have one leader that we can communicate to? That way we're not trying to reach out to everybody.
He's really close.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was that loud. I tend to be loud.
In the back, Jim, under the speakers.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
I can do that for you if you want to take as a point of contact.
All right, thank you. I'm just trying to move it forward, and I apologize for being so loud.
To address the issue of the standing water, I think that's good. I think it's good to also understand what the design is, okay?
Mhm.
It looks like there was multiple revisions to it. It took quite a long time to actually build it. So it looked like there was some trouble along the way. No?
No.
Okay, okay. And then the other issue is compliance with the property deed. How are we going to deal with that?
I don't see a problem with that at all, with the deed.
Okay.
Because we have township parks that have stormwater features on them to accommodate the structures that are on them. If this is done for the playground pad that's put there.
It is not. So that, Andrew, this is the issue. There was no impervious ground put into the community, the park, the playground equipment. It was solely selected by the township as a way
Is
of
there any
complying with
other area
the
to put it?
Not that we could identify.
So,
Yeah, the TMDL area was very small in the township. And we didn't have many places to put it. And, you know,
One of the other options, we could have split that one rain garden up and said, you get so many square feet, you get so many square feet, you get so many square feet. Pick the properties in the area that could have captured some of the water, and oh, by the way, now, here you go. This is how you maintain it.
It's an awful lot of impervious area that rain garden's gonna be taking on. I just hope the studies were done properly. You know, I mean, you're probably talking 50 to 100 acres of water
Mhm.
there.
And I also talked to Cal about the problem with the design of Lotus Road. I don't know whether you've gotten any feedback on that yet, Cal. But that actually, the stormwater is not collected by design and now is running down through people's properties and flooding their properties. People have now had to put Flex Seal on their basement windows so that when it rains, it doesn't run into their houses as a result, because the Lotus Lane up on Green Hills 4, people have gone ahead and slowly, the way the swales are supposed to be designed to run down to this retention pond, but it bypasses it and eventually runs down the old Clouser.
Yeah, we did check the recorded plans and there were no swales or any stormwater features up there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So it is what it looks like today. That is how it was designed. Again, that's 40 plus years ago that it was designed. So there were no curbs and sidewalks back then.
Okay, I'd like to see those
Sure.
plans then, Cal.
Sure,
If I
absolutely.
could follow up on that, I appreciate that. So, yeah. So, and the trees, thank you, Bob. I know some of the trees had to be taken out for the rain garden. I understand that some of them were diseased, but not all of them were
Mhm.
diseased when we took the trees out. But thank you for replacing those.
We took them out along the street,
There's no
though.
trees taken down for green garden. Those are all diseased trees that were around the edge. You are putting those bigger trees in that were getting
Okay.
developed going up there.
We can have a debate about that, but that's.
But we don't need to.
We don't need to do that, yeah. Okay. And then just a question. I understand it was kind of buried in some discussion on the stormwater DEP, MS, whatever you call it. But how would somebody in the community pick that up? How would somebody know that that was part of the plan? There was no signs posted? There's nothing in the Board of Supervisors notes about that?
Yes, there would. I made presentations at the Board of Supervisors. Again, it was 2018, 2019. There was a notice published in the Morning Call.
That there was going to be
March 20, yes, yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying we couldn't have 2-3 months ago brought it to your attention, front and center.
Yeah.
But as I think I talked with you, like, there wouldn't have been a whole lot of choices to make in this.
What would happen if you did put it in? What was the ramifications with the township?
Fines. We'd be in violation of our MS4 permit, our stormwater permit.
But isn't there like such a thing as a grandfather, like that's already been there?
How many alternate designs will look at this?
I'd have to go back and look, Paul. I don't know.
You know, because you probably could have, I don't know exactly what your pollution load was, but you could have put in a hydrodynamic separator in the piping. You could have probably put in inlet filtration.
No, that doesn't-
Probably put this control underground completely.
Inlet, I can tell you for a fact, believe me, that would have been the easiest. Put diapers in the inlets.
Yeah.
Do the DEP wouldn't allow that.
Why do you get water power these days?
It's getting worse.
Concern is the lack of communication to the community from the township. I mean, well, you're saying it's, was advertised in 2018, 2019. All of a sudden, equipment shows up, nothing to the immediate residents about that. That's a lack of communication.
Right.
But I do appreciate that you let us pick the color of the place. That was
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna, if you hang on, I'm gonna make a comment when I get a chance to speak, but I'm hearing you guys and just wait until I comment. All right, okay. All right.
Thank you.
and I know it's late, but I'm going to wait until I have the floor.
So I guess you'll look into things if you can communicate the design.
Yep.
This issue of the deed bothers me, quite honestly, because that was part of the discussion in 2013. And there was a promise that you wouldn't do this type of stuff.
Well, as I can affirmatively say to you right now, A, I have not seen the deed, and B, I wasn't sitting here in 2013, 2014, or anything up to 2024, actually. So we can take a look at it. You know, we've spent 15 or 20 minutes tonight, and I purposely have let things go because it's important to you all, and there are 5 of you there, and I want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to be heard. Plus, you sat around for 4 hours of a lot of stuff tonight. So we'll take a look. I think we've been, the township staff is responsive. We're going to look at some things, and Bob and Scotty and whoever else will respond. And right to know requests, I get that 30-day extension stuff almost as a matter of rote. So
Jeff, did you say you don't know that you haven't seen the deed?
not for the Russet Park.
Before you would do approve it, would you look at the deed to make sure?
I haven't. I've only been on this. I've only been on this board since January of this year.
We
So-
wouldn't, as a board, Andrew would be responsible for any legal, what you can and can, and
Can I just read one paragraph of it? It'll take 1 minute, if you won't mind.
I'm going to give you 1 minute, and then we really do need to move on to some other
And this
stuff.
has been in the deed
Can we
since
plant a tree?
1971 when Jandal conveyed it to us, and then when we conveyed it to you, basically says, the within grant and conveyance is made exclusively for public use, primarily for all the residents of the subdivision known as Kaybrook Manor and Green Hills and surrounding areas as a public park and/or an outdoor recreational center, including but not limited to a playground or swimming pool, in order to promote and develop physical fitness and educate people of the only structure on the within be such as are necessary to put into the deed when we conveyed it to you and
Or does it strictly just say that Green Hills? Because I believe there was an issue at the time
it's a deed with that property.
that because it's going to the township, other township residents could also use it. It wasn't strictly
Correct,
just.
but
for-
it had to be used as a park for recreational
Right,
physical activity.
I
And you
see.
cannot put a structure in it that would prohibit that.
And if I remember correctly, that the structures that were on there, the playground equipment was in bad disrepair at the time. And had to be, didn't we have to remove that, Scotty, when we took that over?
That's why we moved in pieces, we took the worst pieces.
Right,
Right.
yeah, they
And
took
got
the worst,
that. Right.
they
Well,
took
I-
the worst first
Right.
and left.
I mean, there was a baseball diamond there with a
Right,
backstop, with a
backstop.
backstop, and many kids
All right,
learned how to play
so-
baseball there.
Okay.
And that disappeared. Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
as much as I want to give into as much public comment as possible, we're going to take a look. I can't give you a comment about the deed issue. It's all, we'll put it in the pot and see what we can come up with as we move forward. Hopefully, what's been installed has been installed as designed. Hopefully, the design was approved, and hopefully, once now that it's finished, it will work properly, and then we'll
Very
go from
concerned
there.
about that, about how it's- yeah.
I always have concern, but we got to trust the
Everybody's
experts.
safe.
We got to trust
You
the
don't-
experts
you
to
don't
do
want
what
a
they're
child
supposed to do.
drowning in there, God forbid.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Sonny?
Okay, well, I was debating whether I was going to say this tonight or not, but given that this is the issue is raised here, I think I'm going to do it. First of all, I want to thank the board for moving on with getting streaming put on permanently and not removing it as we did in the past. I have personally gotten a lot of comments about that, as well as just a perceived, let me just say, lack of transparency in some of the minutes and the agendas that we put out. So, and I'm hearing that sort of what you're saying, that same thing in this tone is like, hey, we didn't know, and maybe it's an issue of not, the minutes not being very clear, or the agenda not being clear. I personally, when I was on those seats, I struggle with that sometimes. And after reviewing even recent minutes and agendas, I noticed that they often lack sufficient detail. The agenda items can sometimes be vague, which is, I've even asked staff, and sometimes staff has said, gee, I'm not sure, I have to find out what that means. So, And, and moreover, the minutes typically only capture the outcomes of the votes without really including the substance of the discussion held by both supervisors and residents. I mean, in the last meeting I had, I think there were 5 residents that spoke, and none of the comments were reflected in the minutes. And so we lose the context. So here's my suggestion to the board, and maybe to help with some of the concerns that we keep on repeatedly hearing, is I like to suggest that we be valuable for us to reassess how we record our meeting minutes, and we should explore best practices from PSATs, which is Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors, as well as other municipalities and the school district as well, to ensure our minutes are more comprehensive and transparent. By doing so, we can provide a clearer and more accurate account of our meetings, which will enhance transparency and help build greater trust within the community. Now, I understand we're already going to start recording the minutes at the meeting, and I think that's a great start. But not everybody is going to listen to this 4 or 5 hour meeting that we had tonight on YouTube. But if they had it, in the minutes, and we had some of the context, I think it would help. So I would like to humbly suggest that we at least do a study to see what the other townships are doing and see what the best practices are, and see if there's a way we can move to address some of the concerns that residents are bringing up.
To the extent comment is required, I'll note that the second-class township code governs what minutes of meetings we're required to have, and I think that we're in compliance of those. My history with minute meetings are meeting minutes, are that you don't need to necessarily include every piece of conversation, that it becomes dangerous to paraphrase anything, and that the meeting minutes should reflect official action, and anything else that's required by the second-class township code or the municipality's planning code. I do think that if we want to take a moment to look, that's fine. I know some townships have stenographic record that they hire someone to transcribe the meeting and then they put that in their minutes, which I think is absolutely unnecessary. I think having a 35-page minutes describing every comment that's made, for example, tonight's, the meeting minutes would be interesting. I am willing to listen, but I don't necessarily agree from the jump, Sonny, that we need to fully overhaul how we report minutes, because I think that is it could create an unnecessary burden on staff and create a situation that we are going over and above what we need to the point where we reach a dangerous level of expectation. But I'm willing to listen, but I don't think it's necessary.
And I respect that. I understand there's a difference of opinion here on this one. That's why I suggest is, I mean, I did a quick survey with the local municipalities that we border, Whitehall, Laura McCungy. I even looked at the school board minutes, and they're definitely more detailed than we do. And I think there's some room for maybe some middle ground. And I did not reach out to PSATs, but it might be worthwhile to see if there's if there's some guidelines or whatever. And but again, when I looked at it, and I just keep on hearing it over and over again, people were saying I didn't know about this, or I went to the minutes, I couldn't find anything. So I'm just trying to find some way to, and I keep on hearing repeatedly. It's not like you hear it once, right? So that's why I'm bringing it up as let's just review it. I'm not saying we change anything. Let's take the moment to take a look for that. And I've said my piece.
Anything from you, Jim?
No, sir.
All right. Now I will entertain a motion to
I'll
adjourn.
make a motion to adjourn.
And I'll second that. All those in favor of adjourning the meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please, God, no. And we're out. Thank you, everybody, for coming. This meeting's adjourned at